And Mr. Kane is here.
Mr. Kane is in person.
All right, so let me check on the juries. All the jurors here? And as I'm thinking about it, I do have something I need to disclose. One of the jurors, Mr. indicated to one of the bailiffs this morning that he passed Mr. Beckwith on the sidewalk on the way in. He said no words were exchanged and they did not even make eye contact. So I just wanted, because he disclosed it to the bailiff, it's my policy to always disclose that to you all.
I don't think, based on your disclosure, we need to question him.
State agree?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the jury is ready. Let's get our witness, Mr. Beckwith. I understand he is here. Confirmed by the fact that someone saw him. And once he's seated, Mr. Escobar, you're ready? State ready?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Beckwith, good morning. Welcome back. We're going to put you back on the witness stand before we bring the jury in, and then we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday. Just as yesterday, you can be seated if you want, or if you want to stand. I think they're gathering the jury. It may take a couple minutes. Or anything? You're welcome.
All right.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Welcome back. Happy Friday. Thank you again for your service and your time and your patience with us. I want to ask first if anyone was exposed to anything about this case outside of the courtroom by way of television, newspaper, social media, or discussion. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. We are going to pick up where we left off. Mr. Beckwith is back on the stand. We let him go home for the evening, as everyone else did, and we came back this morning and set up before you came in. The other thing I wanted to talk about the schedule today. I do have a meeting at 12. We may break before that. We won't break after that. We may take just an hour. We are going to take just an hour lunch today, and I'm going to let you all out of here early today, 3 or 3:30. So you've worked hard all week. It's Friday. We'll let you go home, and we'll stay here and work with the attorneys on stuff that I need to do with them. So that's something to look forward to today. But we're going to pick up where we left off in the cross-examination. Mr. Escobar, are you ready?
I am, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Beckwith.
Yes.
Mr. Beckwith, I think we left off on cross-examination yesterday where you had admitted that you were not helping Mr. Keetley on his ice cream truck run out of the goodness of your heart.
We left off at gun work or something. I don't know what that is.
You would agree you were not helping Mr. Keetley on his...
Can you speak up, please?
You were not helping... I don't think this is working, Judge.
Is the green light on?
No, it's working.
Oh, it is. You have to get closer.
I know. You were not helping Mr. Keetley on his ice cream truck run out of the goodness of your heart, correct?
Not totally, no.
Okay. In fact, just the opposite. What you were trying to do is try to make him think that you were doing that out of the goodness of your heart, right?
No, that's not true.
Well, you would agree that you were expressing your intentions to Mr. Keetley, that you wanted to help him solve the crime of the individuals that had robbed him and almost killed him, right? You were telling him that.
I would love to have found the people that did that to him.
My question is, you were telling him that, correct? You were telling him, Mr. Keetley, I want to help you solve the crime.
Let him finish the question.
You were telling him, Mr. Keetley, I want to help you solve the crime.
Yes. And why is that under false pretenses?
You expressed to Mr. Keetley that whoever did this to him was an SOB. That's what you told him, right?
Yes.
You told him that you were going to try to find out who did this and that you, Mr. Beckwith, would sacrifice your freedom so that nobody else would be shot up like him. That's what you told him.
I said I was willing to sacrifice my freedom if it came to that. And I was willing to sacrifice my freedom by helping him.
You were willing, what you were telling him is that you were willing to kill whoever had done this to him and sacrifice your freedom.
Is that a statement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Page 86.
I am angry
Line
with anyone who
7 through
takes
10. Question. Yes, sir.
Objection, improper impeachment.
Approach. To that.
So, Mr. Beckwith.
I'm willing to kill anyone who takes away another person's civil liberties.
Okay. And so that's what you were going to do. That was your plan. Your plan was, I'm going to find these people and then I'm going to kill
I
him.
had no plan.
Well, you just said that that's what you wanted to do, right? You
I
wanted to-
said anyone who takes away another person's civil liberties deserves to die.
And then you can go to prison and you're just sacrificing yourself for that, right?
I would, yes.
Because you wanted to let him know that you were kind of like a martyr, correct?
Really?
That's what you were telling him, that
Really?
hey, you were a
A
martyr.
martyr?
Yeah.
I'm not going to respond to that.
Now, Mr. Beckwith, your plan was that you wanted to kidnap these people while you acted as a police officer.
No, sir.
And
That's
then-
not my plan.
Same deposition 102. Starting action on the bottom of page 101, line 25, all the way to 1 through 4. Remember that deposition being placed under oath?
I remember a deposition.
And you remember the following questions and answers asked of you. Well, what I'm asking you, sir, I guess what is your particular plans? Mike was going to go up there and go boo.
Wait. I'm confused. Can you separate from question and answer?
Yes,
Because I don't
sir.
know where the question
Sir.
ended and the answer.
And can I get the line and page? I'm not following.
Page 101, lines 25, page 102, 1 through 4.
So, Mr.
Question.
You say question and then say answer. Thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Not a problem.
Question. Well, what I'm asking you, sir, this was a question. I guess what is your particular plans? What is your particular plans? Mike was going to go up there and go boo, and you would come up behind them and grab them or kidnap people? Did you have any specific plans? Your answer, yep, to act like police officers. That was your
You're
plan.
saying my plan is mine. It wasn't my plan.
What did you say in a sworn deposition that it was your plan?
It was his plan to do all this.
Didn't you say in a deposition that it was his plan?
I'm not
Your
an
plan.
English professor.
Your plan.
Right? You're saying me, I'm the one that devised all this? This is bullshit. I didn't devise anything.
Mr. Beckwith, you heard me read your answer. That was your answer to the question that it was your plan, and you said yes, because you were going to act like a police officer. That was your plan, right?
It was taken out of context. It's not my plan. You're making it like I'm sitting there devising these evil schemes. I'm not devising any kind of evil schemes for anyone.
You told Mr. Keetley, did you not, that you would like to tie up those individuals to a stump and let the alligators do the rest. That's what you told him. Right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Remember that same deposition? 101, lines 5 through 7.
He said he doesn't remember this.
I know.
So this-
You remember that deposition?
I remember a deposition.
Okay.
yes.
So, I'm going to show you, see if this deposition refreshes your recollection, okay? Do you want to stand up, or do you want me to put it on your lap, or how would you like me to do that?
I don't even know where you're reading from and where it starts. And
Right here, line 5. You can read that paragraph from line 5 to line 7. And I'll step away so you can read it. You finished?
sounds like a statement I'd make.
Okay. And that statement is, it's refreshed now, your recollection is refreshed, right? Is it refreshed?
Yes.
And so you wanted to tie them up to a stump and let the alligators do the rest.
I might have made a statement like that. Okay.
And that's what you were telling Mr. Keetley, because you wanted him to feel like you were
I didn't
really
want
trying to
him
help
to
him.
feel like anything. But if you're asking me if that's the way I feel, then if anybody wants to shoot anybody else and harm another person or do any kind of harm to another person, yeah, I would like to see anyone be tied to a stump and let the alligators and snakes do the rest.
You would tell Mr. Keetley that the individuals that did this to him, were ruthless SOBs, right?
Wouldn't you think that they were ruthless?
And your intentions were to help him solve this crime.
At the time, yes.
And that's
This is
why
all before he started showing me what kind of person he is.
that's why you were out there asking questions of individuals as you were running through this ice cream.
Like I said, I was having conversations with people. I wasn't sitting there and inquiring. It's easier to have conversations with people and find out information than what it is to try and inquire and get information.
Now, you
People
would
want to
te-
tell you lies, everything else.
You would tell Mr. Keetley that you kind of related to him because you were somewhat disabled and he was somewhat disabled, right? And so you kind of told him, hey, Mr. Keetley, I kind of, I feel for you because I'm in the same position as you are.
Is that like kind of being pregnant?
Did you ever tell him that?
Is that like kind of being pregnant?
Did you tell him that? Did you tell him, hey, Mr. Keetley, I've been injured.
I don't
you've been
recall
injured, I kind of
everything that
feel
we
so
talk
wrong."
about.
Wait. One at a time. Okay, you have to wait until he's finished, and then you can answer.
Did you tell Mr. Keetley, Mr. Keetley, I know you're disabled, you're injured, and I was injured as well, and so I'm kind of feeling for you. You told him that, right?
I did feel for him.
And you told him that. Because of the similarities, you had some disabilities, he had disabilities, right?
Yeah, and my disabilities, I've already gone through a lot of them. And I know what it's like to feel boxed in and
Hey.
feel like you can't breathe because you're pain and everything else. The people that haven't gone through it don't understand it.
And
So
you
yes,
ju-
I can understand it.
And you told him, Mr. Keetley, I consider you a good person. That's what you told him.
I thought him as a good person.
You told him that. You said, Mr. Keetley, I consider you a good person.
Yes,
And you were being truthful.
I feel I was being truthful. I don't pull punches.
Is that why you put a gun to his head? Because you
Wouldn't
consider
stop
him
the
a good
vehicle and let
person?
me out.
Is that why you
I
put
felt he put my life in danger, and he wouldn't stop the vehicle. He thought it was funny.
Okay,
It's
so
like he thinks it's funny now.
we're going to talk about all this because the gun that you had, that .45, without a safety on it, you took it out of its holster, right? That day you took it out of its holster without a safety, correct?
Okay, yes.
And it was loaded, right?
Yes. And, it
And
made
you
him
went
stop
over
the
to
vehicle
Mr.
and
Keetley.
let me out.
And you went over to Mr. Keetley and you put that gun on Mr. Keetley's temple, right?
Yes, I did.
And you said, I was seeing red. Right?
Yes.
Tell the jury what seeing red means.
Can you explain what love is?
Objection.
I want to know.
Hold on, what's the objection?
Badgering the witness.
Yeah, we don't need we're waiting. If you can answer the question, answer the question.
I can't answer the question.
If you don't know, you can say you don't know.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain it more than...
You were putting that gun to Mr. Keetley's head. A guy that had been robbed. shot 5 times, rendered disabled.
Objection, counsel.
That's what you were doing.
Wait, hold on. No, it's cross. He can. That's overruled.
That's what you were doing to him at that moment. Right?
Is that a question?
Yeah, that's what you were doing to him. Knowing that he had been robbed and shot and left for dead with 5 bullets in him, you were putting a gun to his head.
That's right. He was holding me against my will.
Holding you against your will. You were working on the truck, right?
I told him to stop the truck.
So,
He wouldn't stop the truck.
well,
What was I to do? Jump from a moving vehicle?
you would agree that putting that gun, you realize this, putting that gun to his head was an emotional moment for him. Just being a victim recently.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
It was pretty funny for him. He seemed to be laughing about it.
Wait for a question.
Mr. Beckwith, you placed that firearm on the temple of my client.
Objection, asked and answered.
It sounds like it. Let us finish.
We're not there yet.
All right.
Because you said that he gave you a, quote, intelligent insult. That, by the way, you can't remember. Right? That's
More
what you
than
said.
one.
The reason that you put the gun to my client's head is because he gave you, quote, an intelligent insult. Right?
He insulted my intelligence.
And that's why you say you put a gun to his head, and it took everything in your power not to pull that trigger.
It did take everything.
Because your intent at that point was to kill him.
Objection, speculation.
No, it's his intent, so that's overruled.
Your intent
My
was to
intention
kill
was
him.
to get out of that vehicle. That's all I wanted to do, was get away from him. That's all I was trying to do.
You-
Was get away from him. That's all I wanted, was to get away from him.
Because of the-
That's all I wanted, was to get away from him.
Because of the intelligent insult.
Because he is a bad person and he put my life into jeopardy.
What was the intelligent insult?
I don't recall it. He makes all kinds of intelligent snide remarks. And you hear him long enough, you get tired of it, you want to get away from it.
Now, let's go up to another topic here. The Ocean Mist community. You're familiar with it, right?
Not really, no.
Well, was this one of the communities that you would have the ice cream run on?
Yes.
And I think you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury yesterday that all of the communities that you would do their runs on were dangerous communities.
They were drug holes, yes.
Does that spell danger as well?
Yeah, I guess.
And you, I think, already admitted that there was gangs that frequented that particular community, correct?
There are gangs all over.
You're familiar with the Ocean Mist gangsters, right?
I believe I've answered all this before.
Are you familiar with the Ocean Mist gangsters?
No.
Southside gangsters?
No.
Sir 13?
I've heard of them.
You heard of them. Now, in doing your investigation in these violent communities that you were frequenting, you came across a guy by the name of Bubba, right?
Yes.
You had a nickname for Bubba, right?
I didn't have a nickname for him.
Well, what did you call him?
That's what everybody else kept referring to him as.
Yeah, what
I don't
is
even
it?
know the guy.
What is it? What is it that you and everybody else would refer to him?
I didn't refer to him as that. That's what people were referring to me as him.
So you've never referred Bubba in those derogatory names?
Yes, I have.
Okay, well, what was
That's the
it?
way I've been described with him, is a white piece of shit Mexican.
A white piece of shit Mexican.
I don't even know this guy.
And so, can you tell me why you would call Bubba that name?
That's not what I called him.
Well, you
Whenever
testified.
I mention the guy's name, that's what people would say to me.
Okay.
So it's stuck in my head.
Okay. And was the word out in the community that Bubba somehow had committed the robbery and the shooting?
No, someone in the neighborhood had been saying that he was at a party bragging about it.
Bragging about what?
Shooting the ice cream man.
And robbing him.
I don't know. It's been so long.
Well, you were telling Mr. Keetley that, were you not?
He already knew about it too.
Were you telling Mr.
He
Keetley?
already told me about it.
Were you telling Mr. Keetley?
I was telling him anything that I could find out. Barely amounted to anything anyways, because everybody was just telling lies and bullshit. Everybody just wanted something for free off the ice cream truck. They were trying to just do something. Say something.
Now, we're almost done. Mr. Beckwith, this friend of yours, Wesley Smith, we talked about yesterday.
Yes. What about
The
it?
morning of the homicide, Wesley Smith calls you, correct?
No.
You sure of that?
The morning of the
The
homicide?
morning of the homicide, somewhere after 5 o'clock in the morning,
No.
Wesley Smith calls you.
If he did, I didn't answer it.
Objection, prior ruling.
Unquote.
Mr. Beckwith, you knew early the morning of the homicide.
No, I didn't find out till Saturday or Sunday.
You gotta listen to my question, because you don't know what the question is, right? You knew early morning, date of the homicide, sometime after 5 o'clock in the morning, you knew that the murder had occurred at the gang house on Ocean Mist Drive. Correct?
I did not hear about it until Saturday or Sunday.
That's your testimony. But you knew where that gang house was, didn't you? On Ocean Mist?
Yes.
And you knew that's the site of where the homicide had occurred, right?
No.
You never found out that that's where it was?
Not until I got a call from West Saturday or Sunday. I want to say it was Sunday morning.
That's when you found out.
Yes.
Now, to another topic. Mr. Beckwith, you were aware that Sandra Beckwith lived with your brother out there on that road that we talked about. I'm gonna. You can step. May I ask him to step down again? Now, let me see if I can get this a little bit bigger so that we can all see really good. How's that? Okay. Okay. So you remember your earlier testimony with. Can we stand to the side so the jury can see, please? You remember that your brother and Sandra Beckwith lived here, correct?
Yes.
And we talked about this road coming all the way past their place, right?
Yes.
Goes all the way down to where Michael's parents lived, correct?
Yes.
And it even connects where Michael used to live before he was robbed and shot, right?
Okay.
Okay. And so you knew that your brother and his wife had a house there, right?
Yes.
They lived there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you can take your seat. And so you found out you became aware that Sandra Beckwith was going to be a witness for the defense, right?
Okay.
And not only did you
I
find-
remember her saying something about that.
And not only did you find out that she was going to be a witness for the defense, but that she was going to testify that Mr. Keetley had gotten back home.
Objection, hearsay.
Now for the truth of the matter of service. Mr. Beckwith.
Mr. Beckwith,
I got to stretch for a second, please.
do you need us to take a break, Mr. Beckwith?
I just want to stretch for a minute. Try and kick the cake out.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to stretch the nerves out a little bit.
I'm happy to take a break if you need it.
I just want to get this over with.
I agree. So then go ahead and have a seat. I think we're getting towards the end.
Mr. Beckwith, you approached Sandra Beckwith, right? And you attempted to get her not to testify for Mr. Keetley, correct?
I told her why stick her nose where it doesn't belong.
You didn't want her to testify for Mr. Keetley.
No, that's not true. I just didn't want her to involve herself into something she didn't have to be involved with.
Well, it was a little bit more than that because you got pretty heated with her, didn't you?
No.
You threatened to kill her.
Objection, prior rulings.
She's still my family. I don't threaten to kill her.
Hold on. Approach. Well, I don't think he testified. I don't believe. The witness responded to that last question. Please disregard what, if anything, he said.
You went and spoke to your mother because Sandra Beckwith had complained that you were trying to get her not to testify, correct?
No.
You spoke to your mother, did you not, about this topic?
No.
You just spoke to her.
My family has some things goes on. Your Honor, can I tell you about them?
No, I can't allow you to do that, sir. If you don't know the answer to the question, you can say you don't know. Otherwise, you have to answer the question in court. I apologize to you.
How many times did you speak to Sandra Beckwith about this issue?
I don't know.
A lot, correct?
I don't know.
One last question for you, Mr. Beckwith. Do you know, by the way, anybody that is 6'1" to 6'2", 280 pounds with brownish orange hair?
Not off the top of my head, no.
I didn't think so.
Objection.
Sustained. Disregard Mr. Escobar's last statement.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Yes, sir. Few questions for you. Tell me if you're having a hard time hearing me, and I'll talk a little bit louder.
I am having a little bit of a hard time.
Okay, I can yell at you if you need me to.
Or if you just get closer to that microphone, it just doesn't amplify unless you're right up on it.
Got it. Mr. Beckwith, when you received a subpoena to testify previously, did you have a choice whether you could show up?
No. I didn't feel I have a choice.
When you got a subpoena to testify for this trial, did you have a choice whether you could show up?
No.
Let's talk about the holster for the .45 that was in the ice cream truck. When you were on that ice cream truck, did you ever wear that holster or that .45 caliber gun on you, on your hip, in your pocket?
No.
Where was that holster stuck?
Stuck on the side of the table that was when you opened the door. They had it where people would come up. There was candy on the bottom, and there was a place to collect the money and put the.
Okay.
ice cream.
I'm going to interrupt you real quickly. How was it stuck there? How was that holster attached to that table?
I think it was screwed in.
Could you take that holster off?
No.
In order to get the gun out, did the holster come with it?
No.
Okay, you were asked a lot about your plan. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Whose plan was it?
It was Mike's plan.
Did you talk about this plan with him?
Yes.
Who brought this plan up first?
Mike.
Do you remember getting a deposition in this case early on? It would have been back January 31st of 2013. Do you remember that?
Say that again?
Do you remember giving a deposition
Yes.
back in January of 2013?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Escobar was asking you questions about that deposition, wasn't he?
Yes.
Okay. So in some of those questions that you were asked on cross-examination, you were asked if it was your plan. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember on
Judge,
cross-examination?
I'm going to object. This is leading on direct. I've given a little bit of leeway, but this is total leading.
Well, I'm going to overrule at this point, but don't lead the
I'll be
witness. You're providing background,
Sure.
and I'll allow that.
Thank you. Do you remember being asked with that whole section about the alligators and the stump in the plan?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking about that plan, do you remember how you were asked those questions about whose plan it was?
Could you say that one more time?
Okay, so I've set up the whole, we're in the deposition, you're being asked about this plan.
Yes.
Were you asked the question, whose plan was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember answering any of the questions about this plan?
Yes.
You said a second ago you don't recall. If you saw part of that transcript, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
For defense's purpose, it's starting on page 100 and line 17. So if you want, take a second, page 100 through 102. Just look up at me when you're ready to go. Sorry, line
I'm going to say what?
101, line 9.
Okay.
From what part again? Line
So-
1?
Oh, page 101. I think I handed you it on page 100, so sorry about that. Page 101, starting at the top, line 9. Take your time because I'm going to have some questions about the next couple sections of that.
You're starting at 7. 7. 214. Here. That's 7.
Yep.
7 through 14. That's the question and answer.
And then it's going to go on to the next page.
Am I reading through the whole
No, not the whole thing. So are you through page 101 and then into 102? I can give it back to you in a second.
It's actually page 100. Is that correct? We started 100?
100.
Okay. For the record, I just wanted to make sure the record, under the doctrine of completeness, I wanted to make sure the record is clear.
I agree.
Now, Mr. Beckwith, back in January of 2013, during that deposition, did you talk about this plan?
Yes.
After reviewing your deposition transcript, does that help refresh your recollection on the context and the discussion of this plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little bit. I mean, it wasn't all in detail or anything. It wasn't like everything was thought through and all that.
Well, let me ask you a question. Whose plan was this?
It was Mike's.
Did you talk to him about it?
Yes.
Did you guys discuss it together?
On the routes, yes.
Did it become a plan between both of you?
Yes.
At any time, was this your plan?
No.
When you were out on the ice cream truck,
It wasn't my plan.
okay? When you're out on the ice cream truck and you're asking questions, who's there with you?
Mike.
Was it one time you were by yourself on the ice cream truck?
I don't remember being there but one time driving.
Okay. One time you're alone on the ice cream truck. Every other time during that couple month time frame that you're on the ice cream truck, who's with you?
Mike.
When you're asking questions at the truck window, that table, who's with you?
Mike.
When you're driving around in that truck through the neighborhoods that you didn't like, who's with you?
Mike.
When you're finding out information about who robbed and shot the defendant, who's with you?
Mike.
When you're getting information about what the streets may be saying, who are you telling this to?
Mike.
Okay, so this alligator and stump thing, did you read that in your depo transcript?
Yes.
What were you talking about? Explain that to me.
There used to be a stump out in the Everglades.
Well, hold on, I'm going to reel you in just a little bit on this.
Your Honor, she's got to let him testify.
No.
He's got to talk about that stump in the Everglades. I disagree. I think that needs to be answered.
Ask another question.
Let me narrow you in a little bit. In the context of your discussions with the defendant and what you testified to today, when you're referring to letting the alligators and tying someone to a stump, what did you mean in regards to this case?
I don't recall. I
Okay.
mean, there's a lot that was going on. I felt bad for him at the time, and yeah, I like to see somebody get tied to the stump because they took away somebody else's right to happiness.
Now, earlier you were asked the question if you were doing this out of the goodness of your heart. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Why were you helping the defendant?
Because I'm gimped up too, and I know I don't like what people do to hurt other people.
Okay, let's talk about Bubba. Bubba live on Stevens Road?
I believe so. That's what I was told that was Bubba.
Okay, so Stevens Road. Is that the road you and the defendant were going down when you wanted out of the ice cream truck?
Yes. There's a spot in there where if you're driving, somebody could pick you off and put you in the middle of a crossfire and you couldn't get out of.
Okay, so let me stop you and let me ask you some questions. Is Stevens Road one way in, one way out?
There, through that dirt road, I don't know if that's Stevens or Universal that comes down. There's a road that goes across from it, and it goes into a trailer park that's I want to say is a Cracker Road or something like that.
Okay. So when you're going down Stevens Road in your ice cream truck, do you have to come back out the way you go in?
No.
Do you have other ways that you can get out of?
There's one way that you come in on that dirt road, and once you get into that mobile home, there's no way to turn around. You have to go through it.
So when you're saying that you could get picked off, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Did you have concerns about being on Stevens Road?
Yes.
Did you have concerns because, I think you said earlier, Bubba lived on Stevens Road?
Yes.
Now,
And I noticed there's that trailer where it sits right there. There's a 410 that used to sit right by the door.
what's a 410?
A 410 shotgun.
Okay. So you knew all this prior to going down Stevens Road.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to get into what was said, but was there a discussion between you and the defendant about Bubba and his potential involvement in the robbery and shooting
Yes.
of the defendant?
Yes, there was.
Prior to going down Stevens Road, did
Yes.
you know that?
Yes.
Going down Stevens Road, the day that you put a gun to the defendant's head, had you seen Bubba out front?
Yes.
At that point, do you talk to the defendant? Don't tell me what you said. Did you talk to the defendant about getting out of the ice cream truck?
Yes, I told him, let's get out of here.
All right? Is that what led up to you pulling the gun?
Yes. He stopped the vehicle like it was a joke.
How long have you known Sandra Beckwith?
For a long time.
Lived with her?
Yes.
And your brother as well?
Yes.
When she and your brother were
And
married?
she's a good woman.
Did you talk to her about this case?
No.
Did you talk to her about her knowledge or any information she would have about this case?
No.
Did you talk to her about testifying?
No. I just told her, why stick your nose where it doesn't belong?
When you made that statement to her, did you have knowledge and information about Ms. Beckwith's mental health?
Yes.
Is that something that you were aware of at the time you talked to her?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you have a
Objection. Leading.
Yeah, it does sound like it's going to be that anyway, because she finishes, but
I'll
let's rephrase.
I'll rephrase the question. Do you have a nephew? Do you have a nephew?
Yes.
Larry and Sandra's child?
Yes.
Is that something that was taken into consideration when you were talking to Ms. Beckwith?
Yes.
Did you talk about that previously in your deposition?
I don't recall.
When you spoke with prior counsel during your deposition, did your nephew and did Ms. Beckwith come up in the context of the statement that you made to Ms. Beckwith about this case?
Can you say that again?
When you spoke in the deposition in January of 2013, did you talk about Ms. Beckwith's mental health?
Probably.
I'll pass the witness. All right, no further questions.
May be released.
He's subject to
Subject to
recall.
recall?
Yes, sir.
You may step down, but you're subject to recall. You don't have to wait outside. They'll call you if we need you to come back another day. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our morning break. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or anyone else. Please find any research related to the case, and please avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. It'll be one of those breaks that when you all are ready, we'll bring you back in. All rise for the jury. Everyone may be seated. All right, this is a good time to check on, so if it takes 25 minutes, that puts us at 10:38. And as I said, I'd like to try to get up to 12. If that's not possible, we break a little bit before 12, that's fine. I'll give them an hour. But this is a good time to check on your...
Judge, I've been told everything has been fixed.
Okay, so then do you know what you want to do next? Do you want to put the gentleman, the live witness on?
Judge, I think we can start with him before lunch, but I may put a recording on before him that's about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Recorded witness.
All right, that's fine. Just let them know.
Okay.
Judge, I think we need to put something on the record. It's not that significant, but as Mr. Beckwith was leaving, he made some gesture to me with his hands. I believe that the bailiff that's here in the courtroom saw that. I'm a big boy. I'm not worried about it, okay? But I think that the record needs to be clear that it was some form of, what I took it as, some form of challenge outside. And so the bailiff can maybe, explain to you what he thought it was, but it was...
Well, are you asking
I'm
for
good.
any relief? I mean, I didn't see it. If I
Well, I
had
know.
seen it, I would have let you know that I had.
It's
but
no
I
big
didn't
deal.
see
I'm
it.
not worried about it. Trust me, I can defend myself.
Well, be careful.
But I think that no, I'm good. But I think that certainly the record needs to be clear of the actions of this witness.
Well, you've put on the record you were the one who saw it.
No, I saw it, and your bailiff saw it as well.
Okay, but in the end, you're not asking for any action or relief.
No, I'm good.
Special protection?
No special protection. I can protect myself pretty well.
All right, so enjoy the break, and then we'll come back and...
That is about, I think it's less than 20 minutes. I think it's 14 minutes, and then we're going to start with Detective Schramm and then break whenever you need to.
All right, then we can go right up to the 12 o'clock. I'll have my JA go sign me in to the Zoom, and then as long as I can get over there by 12:01, I'm good. You want me to read, or you want me to just tell them that the prior instructions that I've given them regarding recordings apply?
That's fine, whatever the defense would like. I don't know if they want you to read the entire instruction again, or...
There's two of them. There's the prior sworn witness testimony will be played, and there's the edited recording that I've read to them now at least twice.
I'll defer to defense if they would like it.
I think it's probably best in just for the record that
To read it?
go ahead and read it.
No problem.
Then there's no issue about it. And if you want to make a comment, I read it to you every time just to make sure that it's
Yep.
I don't care about
Yep.
that.
I'm good with that.
Probably the best.
I'm good with that.
Judge, for the record purposes, the next exhibit that will be played is Court Exhibit 4, but I won't say that in front of the jury.
Right. We decided that you're going to call it the prior testimony of whoever the witness is.
Yes.
For an hour till 12. So the 20-minute. Did you say the first one is?
Yes.
All right.
First one is 20 minutes, and the second one is a little bit under an hour. It's like 15 minutes, I think.
Okay, so we're not going to do the live. We're not going to start the live witness.
Well, I want to start if you don't mind, I'd like to start the live witness, and I think I might be able to get through the 20-minute. I understand that we have to stop at 12.
Right. You
but I
do
would like
whatever you want to do between now and 12.
Okay. I think.
I would just like, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but I would just like, if you're going to start a recording, that 20-minute recording, I want to make sure that there's enough time that full recording plays, right? So if you're not prepared to do that before 11:35, then I
Maybe.
would suggest we break lunch. I understand that we'll have to do more questioning in the hour long, but I would not want to break up.
Okay, if you need
That's
to
fine,
approach,
Judge. I'll
depending
look
on
when
where
we
his,
get-
yeah, don't hesitate to approach.
Okay, I'll look when we get to the point where I'm ready to play it, and if I see it's after 11:30, then
Yeah.
I'll ask to approach.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And then I'll just give them that early lunch, and we'll come back at 12:30 and pick up.
Okay.
If we break at 11:30, but whatever, or 11:45.
But if
to
we're like at
12:45.
11:35, I think we can still play all of it. So am I good to go or no?
If it's only 20 minutes,
Yeah, I've timed it. It's 20
Okay.
minutes, and I'm sure that we can get it played before 12. I can have it played.
if you can, yes. If it'll
Okay.
finish before 12, yes.
Okay. All right.
I trust your math skills.
It was 19 minutes and 59 seconds.
So as long as it's before 11:40,
Okay.
which is cutting it close. But
I mean, do you have to travel?
no, it's on. She's going to go set up the video
it's just
for
a
me,
Zoom?
and I just have to get to my office.
Okay. Perfect.
That's what I thought. I just wasn't reading
Okay. State ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's get them.
All rise, jury, in report room.
All members of the jury are present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. The plan is we'll go up to as close to 12 as we can. We can't go past 12. Bless you. I have a hard break at 12, but we'll see where we're at. I think that the state is going to play some video testimony for you, so I have some instructions. But also, let me just ask, was anybody exposed to anything about the case, or did anyone discuss anything about the case during the break by show of hands? Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. I'm going to go ahead and read to you an instruction that you've heard before, but just in an abundance of caution, I do read it each time. I apologize for the redundancy. Prior sworn witness testimony will be played for you, read to you, or referenced during this trial. There may be other lawyers conducting previous hearings or portions of this trial. Please do not be concerned with the type of hearing or age of the case. Instead, focus on the testimony and evidence presented. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio or video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way that you listen to and consider this evidence. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Did the court say the witness or?
I didn't say the name, so I'll let you announce. I'm sorry?
Deputy Trent Clark.
All right.
Let me pause it. Hold on.
Sir, how are you employed?
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office
In what capacity?
as a deputy
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
since 2005.
Were you working on the evening of November 27th of 2010?
Yes, sir.
And what was your to what unit were you assigned at that time?
I was assigned to the STAR unit, which is the Sheriff's Targeted Area Response Team.
On the evening of that Saturday, November 27th of 2010, were you part of a surveillance unit surveilling the Keetley property near Bonita Drive and Highway 301 in southern Hillsborough County?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, were you surveilling an individual identified or described to you as Michael Keetley?
Yes, sir.
Were you in an unmarked vehicle on that evening?
Yes, sir.
Where were you stationed that evening?
I was stationed south of Bonita Drive on the west side of the street. There was a little drive or a little white post that was sticking out, and I drove west into that property, and I backed in behind some vegetation there.
And as a result of the information you received during the briefing, did you have a description of the vehicle that you were to look out for?
Yes, the vehicle's registered to the property.
Okay. And at some point on the evening of November 27th of 2010, was your attention drawn to a blue two-tone Chevrolet van that turned off of Bonita onto 301 going southbound?
Yes, sir.
And from what you were advised during the briefing, did that vehicle match the description of a vehicle from the Keetley property?
Yes.
And that vehicle, did it drive southbound on Highway 301 from that property?
From Bonita Drive, yes.
From Bonita Drive, okay. What did you do upon observing that vehicle get on 301 and go southbound?
Okay, I picked up the vehicle as it was heading south from Bonita Drive, and it was accelerating at a high rate of speed. So I could hear the engine accelerating, the vehicle accelerating. I observed the vehicle go south. I gave it a couple of seconds, and then I moved out on the roadway, put my lights on, and started heading south behind it.
Did you ultimately conduct a traffic stop of that vehicle?
Yes, sir. After I paced the vehicle in excess of the posted speed limit, I conducted a traffic stop.
Okay. And did the vehicle comply? Did you do that by turning on some type of blue lights in your vehicle?
Yes, the vehicle was equipped with LED lighting and a siren, and I activated that, and he immediately complied and pulled over to the right side of the road.
Okay. And did you pull in behind it, for lack of a better phrase?
Yes, sir. I pulled in back of the vehicle a little bit off the roadway.
Let me show you some photographs that are already in evidence. State's Exhibit 175. State's Exhibit 176. State's Exhibit 177. State's Exhibit 178. And State's Exhibit 179. Was that the vehicle that you pulled over on southbound 301 that evening of November 27th of 2010?
Yes, sir.
And did you come into contact with the driver of that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And who was the driver of that vehicle?
Mr. Keetley.
Michael Keetley?
Yes, sir.
You see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes, I did.
And please point him out and identify him.
He's the gentleman wearing the blue long shirt to my right.
Please let the record reflect the deputy has identified the defendant, Mr. Keetley.
The record shall so reflect.
Thank you. Now, Deputy, at some point after you pulled Mr. Keetley over, did other detectives arrive at the scene?
Yes, my supervisor arrived and he approached the vehicle with me to the right. After that, I made contact with Detective Schramm, who was the lead investigator.
Detective David Schramm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at some point, was Mr. Keetley, to your knowledge, was he transported to another location?
Yes, I transported him, yes.
Okay, and where was that at?
I transported him to District 4 from Bonita Drive, from south of Bonita Drive to the District 4 office in Ruskin.
And he wasn't under arrest at that time, is that correct?
No, sir.
Is that correct?
He was not under arrest, no.
And did you have any involvement with him inside the District 4 office with Detective Schramm?
No, sir.
Okay. Did that, and I know we've summarized a bit, but did that end your involvement that night with Mr. Keetley?
Yes, sir.
We have a moment. I'll attend the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
When, before I get into that, when you go out there, you're part of that STAR unit, and the STAR unit is a unit within the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office that can assist other departments within the office with investigation, specifically surveillance, typically, correct?
Yes.
And so it wasn't just you out there that night, it was several members of the STAR unit that were out there, correct?
Yes.
And you had, so you're down in the south end of the county, correct?
Yes.
And where you're parked is just off of 301, right?
Yes, I was on the west side of 301.
And so you were on the west side of 301, and the Keetley property is on the east side of 301, correct?
Northeast of me, yes.
And other members of your unit were stationed like in their unmarked cars and in like civilian cars around the Keetley property, correct?
All of them would be north and east. I think I was the southmost vehicle, yes.
Some of the other ones were actually on Bonita Drive, the street that runs in front of the Keetley property, correct?
At least one unit was there.
Okay. And so you'd actually get alerted by one of your other unit members that of the suspect or a suspect vehicle is on the move, correct?
Yes.
And that's what draws your attention to look to the north, and you see the van turning onto 301 from Bonita Drive, correct?
I saw the van after it turned south and started heading south toward my location, ma'am.
And at this time of night, on this particular day, there wasn't a lot of traffic out there, correct?
Not a lot, no.
And so once you stop Mr. Keetley, I think you testified he stops appropriately once you turn on your headlights, correct? Or
yes, ma'am.
Your lights. And you're in a blue Charger, right?
I was in a blue Charger, yes.
And so you're in a blue Charger that has like low profiles. Is that what you all call them?
Yeah, they were subdued lighting.
Subdued lighting.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you have the subdued lighting. In other words, the lighting isn't on the top of the car like a normal police car, right?
Yes.
Because the purpose of your car is to not be seen as a police car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so once you turn on the lights, he immediately pulls over, correct?
Yes.
And you have contact with him, and he complies with you, correct?
Yes.
You take him out of the car, you briefly handcuff him, and you pat him down, right? You remember
Yes.
that? And then you take him away from he's in the blue minivan. You take him away from the minivan and you put him in the back seat of your car with the door open, correct?
I didn't put him in there. He asked to rest.
Okay. And you noticed that he had a limp, right?
Yes.
An awkward gait.
Yes.
And he had an injury to at least one arm that was visible to you, correct?
Yes.
And you had conversations with Mr. Keetley about whether or not he was willing to speak to law enforcement, correct? To the detectives, right?
Yes.
Because your unit is there to assist the homicide detectives, correct? That's why you all were deployed out to this area. It's to assist homicide, correct?
Yes.
And the person that you were to call, or your supervisor that was out there was to call, if contact was made with Mr. Keetley, was Detective Schramm, right?
Yes.
And so you have conversations with Mr. Keetley about potentially going out and going to either the office over on Falkenberg,
District 2, ma'am, yes.
District 2, or District 4, which is right there off of 674, correct?
Yes.
And that was something that, even though that conversation with Mr. Keetley, you could have recorded it, you didn't record it, correct?
I did not record it, no.
Okay. And once you removed him from his van, he never was allowed to go back in the van again, correct?
No.
Is that correct?
He was not allowed to go back in the van.
Okay. And his wallet remained in the van, do you recall that?
No, I don't recall that.
And his cell phone remained in the van, do you recall that?
No, I don't.
Once Detective Schramm actually gets out to the area of the stop, that pretty much ends your involvement in this case, correct?
Once Detective Schramm responded to the scene and they asked me to transport him to the District 4, that ended my involvement.
Okay. So he didn't ride with Detective Schramm in his car. He drove with you in your car to District 4, correct?
Yes.
And he rode with you in your car in the back seat, correct?
Yes.
And you have a cage or a plexiglass that separates somebody that's sitting in the back seat from you, from where you are in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes, in that vehicle, yes.
And you drove him over to D4, and about how long would you say that took to get from the scene of the stop over to where District 4 is? Remember, they're off of there. You were just south of his parents' residence off of 301.
Probably about 12 to 15 minutes or so.
12 to 15 minutes?
I think so.
Okay. And you never gave him a speeding ticket, right?
No, I gave him a warning, yes.
And the warning that you gave him wasn't a written warning, correct?
I don't believe so. I believe it's just a warning, yes.
So you gave him a verbal warning for speeding going 75 miles an hour in a 55 mile per hour zone, correct?
No,
No? What was the speed?
60.
60. So
Posted
75 miles per hour in a 60 mile per hour zone, 15
Yes.
miles over the speed limit,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Give me 1 second, Milan. Other questions? Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Do you have another one that you want to play at this time?
No, Your Honor, we're ready to call another
Call.
witness.
Okay. All right. Call your next witness.
The state calls retired detective David Schramm.
Retired Detective Schramm, good morning and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn as a witness, wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Perfect. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God? Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to the chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. The microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You're welcome.
Please state your full name for the record.
David Schramm, S-C-H-R-A-M-M.
Are you currently retired?
I am.
Where did you work before?
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office,
When did you retire?
approximately a year ago.
Before you retired, what was your position at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
At the time of retirement,
Yes, sir.
I retired as a master detective, investigated different kind of crimes, anything from violent crimes to property crimes to robberies, bank robberies, a little bit of everything.
How long had you worked with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
A little over 25 years.
I'm going to ask you about November 25th of 2010. On that day, what unit were you assigned to?
The homicide unit.
On that day, did you have occasion to respond to 604 Ocean Mist Drive in Ruskin, Florida?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Why did you respond to that location?
Reference a homicide investigation.
Who was assigned as the lead detective in the case?
Detective Vic Lugo.
What was your role in the case?
I assisted Detective Lugo.
Did you participate in interviews with Detective Lugo?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And you said you actually responded to the crime scene that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there another detective who would have been responsible for documenting the crime scene at 604 Ocean Mist and working with the crime scene investigators?
That's correct, yes.
Did you respond to District 4 on that night, November 25th of 2010?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
We did some interviews with 3 different subjects, and I sat in with Detective Lugo conducting those interviews.
Who were those three individuals who were interviewed on that day, November 25th of 2010?
If I could just refer to my report, it's going to be Juan Hernandez, Jose Rodriguez, Diego Lucas, and Omar Bayan. And Mr. Bayan went by the name of Creeper.
And were those the only 3 interviews that were conducted at District 4 on that day?
Correct, yes.
Were there any interviews that were conducted on November 26th of 2010?
Yes.
What interview occurred on that day?
We interviewed Miss Rogan at South Bay Hospital. Miss Rogan was the ex-girlfriend of the defendant, Mr. Keetley.
And when you say we interviewed, who interviewed
I
Ms. Rogan?
apologize. Myself and Detective Lugo.
Even though she was in the hospital, was she able to speak with the both of you?
She was fine, yes. She was suffering some kind of anger.
relevance.
That's overruled. I'll allow it. Well, listen to the question. The question, was she able to speak? So just answer that question.
Yes, sir. Yes, she was.
She was able to provide you with an interview?
Yes, she was.
Now, I want to ask you about November 27th of 2010. On that date, did you make contact with a person later identified as Michael Keetley?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you make contact with him?
Off of 301 on the side of the road. He was there on a traffic stop.
Approximately what time did you arrive at that location and make contact with him?
Roughly about 2100, 9 p.m. in the evening.
Is that person that you made contact with on November 27th of 2010 present in the courtroom today?
He is, yes, ma'am.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting to my right with a yellow cardigan sweater.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
Record shall so reflect.
Tell the jury about your initial contact with the defendant out there when he was, when a traffic stop was conducted.
So I made contact with the defendant. I explained who I was, identified myself. Basically told him that there was a death investigation, actually a homicide investigation. We were working a couple of days earlier in Ruskin. Explained to him that his name came up in the investigation and asked him if he'd be willing to come to the office and answer some questions.
And was he where was the interview going to take place?
At the District 4 office, Sheriff's Office, District 4 office.
Where's that located?
It's off of 33rd Avenue, I believe. It's about 10, 15 minutes, say about 10 minutes, maybe even less from the traffic stop.
And did you meet him at the District 4 office?
I did, yes.
Who else was present there?
Detective Lugo.
Did Detective Lugo advise the defendant of his Miranda rights?
He did, yes.
Did the defendant, did he agree to speak with both of you and Detective Lugo?
He did, yes.
Were there some of the conversations that you had with the defendant, were some of those conversations recorded?
Yes.
Were there a portion of the interview that you had with the defendant that was not recorded?
Yes, correct.
And where did the interview with the defendant take place in District 4?
In a interview room.
Who all was present in the interview room?
Just myself and Detective Lugo and the defendant.
And I want to go back to the initial traffic stop that occurred on 301, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What was he driving at that time?
He was driving a blue Chevy van. It was blue over kind of like gold tan color, two-tone.
I'm going to show you it's already in evidence, States Exhibit 176. What's that a photo of?
That's the van he was driving.
And I'm going to ask you a little bit more questions about the defendant's Miranda rights. Who read him his Miranda rights?
Detective Lugo did.
Okay. Was that read with Detective Lugo reading him his Miranda rights? Did the defendant indicate that he understood all of those rights?
He did, yes.
Was he still willing to speak with both of you?
He was, yes.
Was that portion of the conversation between Detective Lugo when he was advising the defendant of his Miranda rights, was that covered as part of the recorded interview?
It was not, no.
While you are in the interview room with the defendant, did he give a recorded interview?
He did, yes.
Did I ask you this morning to listen to that recorded interview?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 95. After you listened to it, did I ask you to put your initials on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you recognize States Exhibit 95?
I do, yes,
Excuse
ma'am.
the interruption. May we approach the bench very quickly?
All right, no vehicle.
Judge, permission to publish state. Judge, I think you just admitted it. Is that correct?
I did admit it, yes.
Okay.
And you want to publish it?
Yes, sir.
And you may, but I'm just going to read the instructions just in an abundance of caution. The evidence that you are about to receive that the defendant has been... Where did I put it? There it is. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio or video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way that you listen to and consider this evidence. You may publish it.
Today's date is November 27, 2010. The time is 2200 hours. I know we've been talking for a little while. When we started talking, read you your rights. You said you understood all your rights.
Right.
You told me you have 2 years of college.
Yeah.
You said you're not under the influence of any alcohol right now.
Right.
You are under the influence of prescription medications that you take because of your injuries that you sustained while during a robbery and a shooting, that you were a victim of that. Okay. On the bottom, as I'm showing you this form, right here where it says subject, that is your signature.
Yes.
And I sign underneath, and Detective Tran signed on the side as a witnesses that this happened. Do you have any questions about your rights? No. Okay. And you understand that what we hear is in reference to, I know what happened during your case, and I told you that. And then also I want to talk to you about an incident that happened on Thanksgiving morning.
Okay.
That happened right here in Ruskin. Let me ask you this. Did I give you nothing? Can I take a picture of you?
No.
You don't want a picture?
No.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to ask you. And that's fine. That's fine. First of all, can you tell me about what happened with your case?
Nothing. I've never heard back. The guy retired.
No, from the beginning, as far as what happened to you.
I just,
let me tell you, I told you real quick. I told you I met you tonight.
Right.
From this point on,
Right.
we're now going to take over that investigation.
Okay.
You understand that? What happened in the past, we don't know. We weren't involved in it.
Right.
From now on, that's going to be our investigation.
Yeah, I was running my truck, and this car came up behind me, and they beat the horn. It just got dark, and this girl came up to the window, and she was, talking to me like, what do you have to drink, blah, blah, blah. I kept kind of distracting me and stuff, and the next thing I know, these two guys come up, and one, she stepped back, I turned around, stepped back, and then I had a gun on my face, and then another guy came in, got into the truck, and they just kind of like stood there, and I was like, look, take whatever you want, I don't care. And he goes, all right. And I said, here's some money that I have, because I just filled up and I had some, money in my shirt. I said, here you go, just take it, and then he goes, come here, and he grabbed me and he turned me around, and when I did like this, he was going to shoot me in the back of the head. And so I pulled back away from him, and I went to the back of the truck, and I said, look, we don't have to do this. I said, because you guys wear masks, well, I don't even know who you are. I said, and for a few bucks, I said, I really don't care. I was like, just go, And
did they take your money?
Yeah, they took my money, but they didn't really act like they cared about it,
How much money did they take?
It's like $12.
12
$12, yeah.
Okay.
And my cash box was right behind me. They didn't even, and they just kind of looked at each other and just said, and they just started shooting me.
How many times you got?
5
times.
They shot till they ran out of bullets.
Let me ask you this about the female that walked up. Can you describe her for me?
She was probably about 18, 19. She was young. At first I thought maybe she was like a light-skinned black girl. She could be Puerto Rican, and she was a little heavy set. She had kind of big tits, and she had her hair pulled back, like that. But it was kind of, her hair almost looked like a black woman's hair that had straightened it, but her skin looked very lighter. She's more cream colored. Okay. And that's really it. I kind of assumed that the guys were black just because she looked black, And
I know that.
I don't know.
Based on the report when I read the report, I noticed that you told the officers that they were black.
Black, yeah. So I'm like I said, I'm just going by. I just kind of assumed because they looked a little dark around, but there wasn't much you could see.
Right, they were wearing something.
They were wearing like a ski mask, and you couldn't really tell. Like I said, I just kind of assumed they were black because she looked black to me, So.
Okay.
But yeah.
So then, what happened after that?
That was it. I went to the hospital, and we put on the news that there's like $5,000 reward. And,
Nobody ever came in?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to check out. There's apparently perhaps a problem with the equipment, so we're going to check it out. We might have to get a new computer. So I'm going to go ahead and give you an early lunch break. Remember I said I'm letting you go home early, so we'll do an early lunch break. I'm going to give you, it's a little more than an hour. It's 11:20 now. We're going to come back at 12:30, and then we'll go up and we'll break today. We'll probably do an afternoon break, short afternoon break, but we'll get you out of here before 3:30 today. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves with anyone else. Do not do any research related to the case, and avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. Have a nice lunch. We'll see you back here at 12:30. All rise for the jury. Jury's exited. Everyone may be seated. You can step down and enjoy the lunch break for an hour, or hour and 10 minutes. We'll start back at 12:30, and the state is going to take a look at making sure when we get back, the tape will play uninterrupted. Defense, if you need to, anything with them, but let's go ahead and just. Yeah, go ahead.
Detective
Oh.
Schramm leaves. I think he was able to listen to the whole tape earlier.
Yes, sir.
So what I believe is there's like a little, like those 2 seconds are gone. It's not substantially.
No, it's minuscule. Yeah.
It's minuscule. So I believe I'll still be able to cross him on that. I don't even think there's an issue with what's been missing. I was just concerned that we're going to have more or longer gaps, right? So you'd agree with that? You listen to it? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that was a concern that
Right.
it's stopping, and we don't want it to stop. We want to figure out if that's a computer drive issue or whether it doesn't appear then that it's something on the disc, because you were able to listen to the whole disc.
Yes, sir.
So the whole interview is on the disc.
Yes, sir.
It's the machinery, the equipment that's playing the disc. So that's what we're going to fix. The state had said that they could get a new one, but that's why we just, rather than wait, we're going to send them to lunch. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody while you're enjoying your lunch. We'll all come back here a few minutes before 12:30 and pick up where we left off. Anything from either side?
No, Your Honor.
And just, well, it's already on the record. We discussed that. Okay. We don't need to put that back on the record.
Pick up
Absolutely.
going forward, not going backwards.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
this has been.
Do you want to go grab if they want to come back with Judge Rich and Judge Wolf's JA?
Listen to the majority of the second one, no issue, so it should be good to go.
Okay, and our timing is good. We'll be able to get through both of them. Yeah, it's only,
I believe so.
yeah. Are we going to pick it up where it was last?
Yes, Judge.
Perfect. Defense agree?
Yes, where it was last, when we took it off. I think they had a time cue.
Yes.
Right? You have the time cue?
We had it at 4 minutes and 52, 54, 52, 50. All right, I'm not touching. I'm not allowed to touch it. Miss Johnson will be hitting play.
I think you need someone from your IT department to be sitting at your table with you.
That's now Ms. Johnson.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Good afternoon. Everyone have a nice lunch? Excellent. All right. Well, first, as you know, I have to ask, anyone exposed to anything about this case outside of the courtroom, or did anybody discuss anything about this case by show of hands? Excellent. Let the record reflect there are no hands. We are going to pick up where we left off. I understand we have some new equipment, and we'll be able to play the audio without interruption. Ms. Johnson, you may proceed.
Nobody ever came in?
They, like I said, I guess a few people must have called or something, the other detective said, but they couldn't get no leads, nothing really.
Let me ask you this. I know earlier when you were talking, I was asking you about your parents. You made mention that that they brought you back.
Right.
And you said that they are at the other house, the lake house.
Right.
And you said that is where at?
It's up in Honduras.
Okay, and that's where they are right now.
Right now.
That's a Thursday evening.
Night.
That's what, Thursday night.
Yeah.
Where they brought you back from?
My sisters.
Where did your sister live?
Setner.
Setner?
Right.
And
we had Thanksgiving up there.
that's where you had Thanksgiving?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
We went up there Thursday morning and then came back Thursday night.
Okay. What about, let me ask you this. Did you go anywhere Wednesday night?
Wednesday night, yeah, I was home by 12:30.
12:30?
Yeah.
Where did you go?
So, went to a, it was a party down in Palmetto, but I don't really know the guy. I just followed some other people that were down there, so. And, there was people that I met, when I was doing karaoke. I didn't really know nobody, so then I came home.
Okay. So you went to that party on Palmetto, and you got home.
Yeah, but actually it's like Parish, it's down off of Moccasin Falls, so yeah.
And at what time you got home?
It's about 12:30.
About 12:30.
Yeah.
And when you got home, mom and dad were home.
Yeah.
Okay. Were they asleep or were they awake?
I think they were just getting ready to go to bed.
So they were awake.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Dad already went upstairs. I think.
Okay.
One of them was there, I remember one of them.
Did you go anywhere else that night?
No.
You just went to bed?
No, yeah.
Okay. And next morning you got up and went.
We got up and then we went to my sister's.
You went to your sister's?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Ted. At any point, did you get any information about a male by the name of Creeper or the street name by the name of Creeper? Somebody that could be related to your case?
No, kid. There was somebody named Jesse and a kid named Bubba.
Jesse and Bubba.
Jesse and Bubba.
What car did you drive to the party?
My mom and dad's van.
Is that the one that you had tonight?
Yeah.
That's the blue one?
Blue and silver.
Okay. It's like a
Chevy
Chevy.
gold. Yeah, Chevy.
But the only names that you heard people on the street giving you information about your incident was Jesse and Bubba.
Yeah.
You never heard about a guy by the name of Creeper?
No.
Never. Okay.
No.
So you never asked anybody about a guy by the name of Creeper?
No.
Okay.
No. Like I said, and the one kid, Bubba, we heard was back in jail, and nobody knows who the other kid.
And while you were working, I know that you heard about these two guys. Were you asking people around to see if they could help you?
Oh, God, we had a reward thing up, and passed out. My friends came and passed out flyers and everything, but dude, nobody talks. Nobody wants to help. They're all just, I guess, scared. They don't talk. So. Because, like I said, when I heard, I told Detective Nolan about it, and because I was getting ready to go back in for surgery again, and then he followed up on it, but he just said that he didn't think, he just thinks that people were just saying it. He didn't think it was anything, so.
And that's when you told them about Bubba and
Bubba and a kid, Jesse.
Okay. That's what you told Detective Nolan?
Detective Nolan, right.
Okay. Did at any point you told Detective Nolan that maybe could be possible that some Hispanic males were involved instead of black?
Yeah, he asked me, and I just said I don't know.
Right.
I just don't know.
So was it ever your perception or idea that maybe it was Hispanic males? Because I know when you mentioned that, you said that the female was black. So
Yeah.
you were telling them.
And I just, so I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, he looked black to me. I mean, the guy looked black to me.
Okay.
Like I said, I mean, I kind of saw around his eyes, and I'm pretty sure he was black.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was black.
Okay, because I know earlier you said that your perception was since she was black, that it was
Right, yeah. And well, like I said, just from what I could see through the mask, they look black to me, so.
And up to today, you believe that the people.
I think so.
You were black.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because nobody knows who this girl is. We all asked around and stuff, but nobody, could fit that description or anything like that. So, nah. And they said that they probably came from Palmetto, and because they come up here and they do these crimes and then they go back to Palmetto. So, Detective Nolan. Yeah. So that's really about it. So, like I said, I mean, it's a dead end, man. That was it.
Right.
It didn't go nowhere.
And in reference to this incident Thursday, you telling me that you went home about 12:30 at night?
Yeah, I was home about 12:30.
And then after that, you didn't go anywhere?
No.
And you didn't go anywhere in your mom and dad's van? No. Is that the only vehicle that you have right now to drive around?
Yeah. They just bought a new truck.
They bought a new
truck. It's like a big crew cab diesel.
Okay. And then I know that when the incident happened down south, you were driving your ice cream truck.
Right.
What color is that?
That's purple.
Purple. You still own that?
Yeah.
Do you drive it?
No.
Why not?
Can't drive it. What am I going to drive it to? No.
Do you own any other vehicles?
And I turned in the plate on my my Infinity.
You have an Infinity?
Yeah.
What year is that?
Yeah, that's a 94. That I sold it to a neighbor down the road because it ain't ran in like 6 years.
No.
And they couldn't get it running either, so it's just been sitting down there. I never even transferred the title. I just turned the plate in and everything.
That would be a bad purchase. You work on vehicles, you were an airplane mechanic, and if you can get it started, why would I have a problem?
I know, man, I know. It is, sometimes, I don't know, I just get on these projects, and so, yeah.
Be like, hey, you want to buy this? Like, no.
Yeah.
Cool. So the only vehicle you drive around right now is the van.
Yeah. And just a couple times. I'm not very good at it right now. Driving, yeah, I was just not very good. So kind of practicing. We're gonna get on the steering wheel balls, those knobs that go on the wheel, so it
Makes it easier to get
Yeah.
handle the steering wheel.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have anything to do with the incident that happened in Russia?
No, absolutely not.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Just wanted to ask.
No. Okay.
Because I know there's some people saying that you did have something to do with that.
Right. Well, you know what? And it's funny because a friend of mine, he didn't call me because he was like, hey man, he's like, you didn't go over there and just like turn ballistic, like buy a wig or something, you know? He's like, I was like, no, what am I supposed to waddle up there to him, you know? I mean, so.
Why were you trying to say that?
Huh?
Why were you trying to say that?
I don't know, man. He just called me up. He's like, man, there's a big shoot over in Ruskin, you know? It's like, you didn't have your ice cream truck out, did you? You know, like,
who's your friend?
Oh, friend Tom.
Tom?
So, yeah.
You know his last name?
No.
No. You got a phone number for him?
I don't know. I had to find it.
Yeah. You have it on your phone?
I don't even have my phone, dude.
So you don't have it on your phone? Okay. Where does Tom live?
Lakeland.
Lakeland.
Yeah.
That was crazy. Why would you think you'd go there and shoot up Ruskin for?
I know. He was just like, oh man. He's like, and you know, I told him too. I was like, you know, I said, I wish though. You know what? I mean, like, I just thought for every night that God would just freaking find them people and just do justice, man. You know, and like I said, he may have already have. I mean, these people might already, you know, went and robbed a convenience store and got shot by a clerk or something. You just don't know.
Or they won't be in prison.
You know, they could be in prison. You know, you just don't know.
No.
So, like I said, man, I can't live my whole life grudging, you know what I'm saying, to keep going, because it's no good. I mean, I was angry for a while, you know, and I was just mad and I couldn't do anything, you know, and like I said, my buddy Tommy would always tell me, he said, Mike, just you know, relax, man, and I get so frustrated because I couldn't do my physical therapy, I couldn't lift my weights, and he would always just tell me, Mike, just relax, man, don't worry about it, just kind of turn it over, just look at it.
Did you ever mention the name Creeper to Tom?
No, I don't know that name, Creeper. I don't know that name.
That name never came up on your own investigation.
No. It's like I said, the only person we heard was a Jesse and a kid named Bubba.
Okay.
You know, so that's really about it.
Let me ask you this. I know that when the detectives stopped you and talked to you, you told them there was you told them there was a firearm in the back.
Right.
And you said that your dad left it there.
Right.
What kind of firearm?
It's a 380.
It's a 380. And that is your dad's?
Yes.
What type of 380 is it? You know the brand?
I don't know, man. It's not very expensive, I don't think. It's like a Century or something. I don't know. I don't know so much about it.
Do you own any other firearms?
Like a 22.
You own a 22?
I don't own it. No. My dad has an old rifle that my pop had. That was a 22 Magnum.
Okay.
And
22 Magnum?
Yeah. And then there's one. It was an old rifle. It was a 22 that It's all rusted out, and the
So there's
just
two
falling
20
and died. Yeah,
there's two 22
22 rifles, yeah. And, no, my papa died. It was just some old guns, you know, like a shotgun or something, you know. I mean,
And those are the house?
And I believe they might be, yeah. They probably could be.
What type of shotgun, you know?
No.
No.
Why did she want a shotgun too? I mean,
I'm just asking to see if you got any fun. But neither one of these is yours. It's just
No. They were my papa's like years and years ago.
Okay. Do you own any farms?
And yep. I got a Glock, and but it's too heavy. It's too big. It's a big gun.
What kind of Glock?
It's a Glock 21, and it's a 9mm.
And the 21 is a 45.
The 45, yes, sir. And you guys can take ballistics on it if you want. I'll bring it to you.
And then you said a 9mm?
Yeah,
Is that a Glock also?
No, it's like a high point or something like that. But they're just big, heavy guns. You can't do nothing. I can't do nothing with them.
Because...
Yeah.
Okay. Any other firearms that you own?
No, I think that's it.
Are those guns in the house?
Yeah. Yeah. And my dad carries he's got a registered Taurus 45. A Taurus, yeah. This registered, yeah.
How long have you owned your guns? Been a while.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other firearms in the house?
Not that I'm aware of.
Anybody else lives there with you guys?
No.
Just
my dad.
with your parents and yourself?
Yeah.
And how long ago did you move from the front to the back?
I got shot.
When the incident happened and you moved to the back?
Yeah.
What did you use that front property for now?
Nothing.
Nothing? Is anybody living there?
No, we're gonna rent it out.
You're gonna rent it out?
Do you still have some belongings in there?
Not much. It's
Just garbage going?
garbage. Yeah, pretty much just garbage.
Stuff you're gonna throw away, or?
Yeah, pretty much. It's got like we changed the toilet out and stuff. Yeah, it's just junk. I mean, just junk. I was like TV. I mean, I gave away my furniture and like my bed frames in there. That kind of stuff.
And you don't remember what number they changed the address to?
No.
That's still under your dad's name?
Yeah.
And who changed the number? The
county.
The county.
So, like I said, if you got the addresses, you guys need to get a warrant. That's my thing, all right?
You want one?
You ready to go? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Detective Schramm, at that time, the defendant was not under arrest, is that correct?
He was not.
Going back to that initial traffic stop and that dark blue minivan, was that left at 301?
It was, yes.
Why was it left at 301?
It was decided that a search warrant was going to be secured and seized on the vehicle.
And did a deputy stay with the vehicle until a search warrant was obtained and authorized?
At all times, yes.
And so he was transported, the defendant was transported to District 4 by one of your deputies, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
After that interview ended, who provided the defendant with a ride back to the Keetley property in that residence?
Myself and Detective Pettis.
The audio that we just heard, there was another detective that was speaking, is that correct?
Correct.
Who was that?
Detective Lugo.
And after that interview concluded, did you take him home?
I did, yes.
And you said there was another detective present?
Detective Tom Pettis.
And what type of vehicle did you take him home in?
It was my unmarked Chevy Impala, just a basic kind of car that you and I would normally drive, no cage. It was an unmarked sheriff's office vehicle.
When the interview started, approximately what time was it on November 27th of 2010?
That the interview started?
Yes, sir.
You refer to my report for 1 second.
That would help refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was around, hold on 1 second, I apologize. So roughly 21:45, 2200, roughly, I believe.
Okay. And was that in standard time?
10 p.m., I'm sorry.
And you and Detective Pettis drove him back, is that correct?
That's
over
correct.
to Bonita, the address on Bonita Drive, is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know approximately how long it took you to get from the District 4 office back to the Keetley property?
Just a few minutes, probably less than 10 minutes, I believe, roughly.
When you got to the property, what was going on? What did you see?
We were in the sheriff's office at that point trying to obtain a search warrant for the residence, which takes a good amount of time. So at that point, the house was secured. No law enforcement was inside the residence, and nobody was allowed to come and go from the residence. It was secured by the sheriff's office.
After a search warrant is drafted back then in 2010, did it have to be physically driven to a judge to review?
It did, yes.
And that sometimes takes an amount of time to get that done?
That's correct.
While you are waiting for a search warrant to be authorized, is anyone allowed in the areas that are going to be searched?
No, ma'am.
So what happens when you and Detective Pettis bring the defendant back to the Keetley property?
While we were driving back?
When you get there?
Once we're there, the defendant decided that he wanted to talk to me again and answer some questions. So at that point, I took him up on that. I put my recorder on, and we had a recorded conversation.
Where did it occur, the recorded conversation?
In my vehicle.
And who was present at that time?
I was in the driver's seat, the defendant was in the front passenger seat, and Detective Pettis was in the back seat.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit number 96.
Any objection to 96?
No objection. May we very quickly approach the bench as that's coming back?
Gentlemen, before they publish it, I'm going to read you the same instruction again in an abundance of caution. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to and consider this evidence. You may publish it.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mike, it was roughly 23, 14 hours.
I'm gonna set right there.
Okay. And again, we're still November 27th, 23, 15 hours. You're now back at your residence. As you're aware, I briefed you and we're getting ready to get a search warrant signed for your residence and also your vehicle, and you're aware of that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We're now back at your residence. Driving over, you said you wouldn't mind spending a few minutes and talking with me again, is that correct?
Yeah, like I said, I just didn't like the way that other guy.
I understand that.
Told me I could leave until I can't leave, I'm staying, and I'm not under arrest, but I gotta stay now, and now my truck's, not here when it's supposed to be here, and...
And you totally understand that you don't have to talk to me about nothing, we can stop anytime you like. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I read your Miranda, or actually Detective Lugo read your Miranda about 30, 40 minutes ago. You recall that?
Yeah.
Do you still understand all your rights?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to read them to you again, or do you recall them all?
No, I just want my pills.
Okay. I explained to you, unfortunately I'm not allowed to give you, I guess, medication in the house.
Yeah.
We can't get in there, so...
I've got the keys and stuff, we can go if you ask for me.
I'm not allowed to give you the medication.
Okay.
I just can't. Okay, you have to understand that, right?
What kind of medication is it, Mike?
I take Neurontin as a nerve blocker.
Is that for pain?
It's for nerve pain, yeah.
Nerve pain, okay.
Yeah, and then regular pain pill, and then anti-inflammatory, and like a bunch of vitamin calciums and stuff like that, and a Spexer, and I don't know, we got it down though. Before I was taking like 30 pills a day. I don't take that many now, so I think I'm only like down to 15, 20.
You obviously know who I am. I'm
Right, right.
You've met Detective Pettis.
Okay.
We're inside my vehicle. I basically just want to go back and talk about the shooting again that happened in Ruskin on Thanksgiving morning.
Right.
Talking to you earlier, you advised the night before, which was Wednesday night, you were at a party out in Palmetto.
Right.
And you came home and got home at about 12:30 in the morning, which would be Thanksgiving morning, correct?
Right.
You advised you were driving your mom and dad's minivan.
Right.
What kind of minivan is it?
It's a Chevy Venture. It's two-tone. It's like blue and like a gold, silver or something.
Okay. All right. You advised you got home about 12:30, and you were there the rest of the night, right?
Yeah.
Then mom and dad was up. Do you recall?
I don't remember. I thought somebody was there, but I can't remember if Mom was going to the bathroom or I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't remember a lot anymore.
Okay, I understand. All the weapons that was discussed earlier, you advised that they're in your house, and you had no problem with us taking a look at them.
No. I said that before you guys went to get the warrant, so I couldn't do.
Okay. And I told you your name would come up in this investigation reference to the shooting, right?
Right.
A couple things caused your name to come up, okay? There were 6 people shot, okay? 2 of them have passed. Okay. One of the subjects there, who was with the other 6, was not shot, but he was a witness. Okay. And I'll be completely honest with you, Mike. He described you to a T. Okay. He described you to a T, and he described the van that came to the scene and left the scene. Nothing I can do about that. He described you to a T. Okay. We've also made contact with numerous people. You have to understand we've been working this since Thanksgiving morning. Okay. The people we've made contact with have said that you've made it very clear over the last few weeks, in the last couple of months, that you were looking for a subject by the name of Creep, and you felt he was responsible for the shooting.
The previous shooting that where you were shot.
Yeah, I was shot, okay.
Right.
They were very clear that they had no qualms about saying that you told them point blank that you felt Creep is responsible, and you've also asked them if they can find him and bring him to you, you would give them a reward for it.
Now, I told anybody that if they would just call it in, that there's a reward. But it's been months, man, since I've even dealt with talking to people anymore, because nobody wants to talk, man. You know, like I said, that had to be 6 months ago.
Well, the other thing is, there's people there are hoodlums.
Yeah.
They're not the greatest people
that was
over
like
there.
6 months ago. So it's not like, oh, I've been down there 3 weeks, like you said, because it's been 6 months or so, and I just gave up. People that would say, oh, I know somebody, and then I'd call the detective, and then nobody would talk. You know, so.
Well, I told you the day I met you today, the second I met you, that I wasn't giving up and I was going to work that robbery that you were a victim of. And
I just gave up on it, man. I mean, I looked at it and said, I ain't kicking.
Would you agree to this tonight, though? Would you agree that over the last couple of weeks you have talked to a few people and you have told them that you think Creep is responsible for the shooting?
I don't know that name. I've never heard that name.
Because like I said, I have at least 3 or 4 different people that told me that you use that name point blank.
I don't know anybody over there. I don't know anybody over there.
Have you ever, whether it be out of anger or frustration or anything else, asked somebody, look, if you know anybody that, something to the effect of, if you know somebody that was involved with my shooting, bring them to me. Have you ever, whether it was just out of anger, out of frustration, whatever, have you ever said something like that to somebody?
Not that I'm aware of. No, I don't think so.
Let me ask you this.
I mean, like I said, do I wish that the people that shot me would die a horrible death? Yeah, absolutely, man. But like I said, but I would only want the people that did it to me, not a dozen people, or you know what I'm saying, or just the people that did it to me.
How many people were involved in your shooting?
There were 2 guys and a girl.
2 guys and a girl.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you remember a couple weeks ago, heading over? No, we'll get back to that. Remember Publix at Apollo Beach and 301? You're going over there to meet a guy to purchase a weapon a couple weeks ago. Do you recall that?
Publix?
Mm-hmm. Remember purchasing a weapon a couple weeks ago?
I bought a 22.
Pistol or what?
Wait a second. Publix and 301.
Let me ask you this. You remember that?
Yeah, I bought one of those little Rigger 1022s.
That's a rifle.
It's a rifle.
Do you remember where you bought that from?
The guy I went to high school with.
Okay.
Now the 1022, is that the model that has like a 410 and a 22 combination?
No. It's just a little bitty 22.
It's just a 22.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering. There was a model they had that was like that.
So which is the one you bought it from?
God, you guys probably know if you knew I went over there. I went to high school with him. I can't remember, dude.
Can't remember?
No.
You sure it was a 22 that you bought?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, where's that at now?
That's in the house.
Okay. Did you show that to Mom or Dad or anything after you bought it?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they saw it. It's one of those, it's a, it's one of those, like, they make it's like a pistol, but it's not well, it is, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I think they call it a bullpup.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of neat.
How's it different?
It doesn't have a long stock.
Mm-hmm.
It's got like this kind of half round thing on it. It's kind of neat. It's neat.
Well,
I think they classify it now as a pistol because it has a shorter barrel. I think, you know, I don't know. It's something about not having a stock at the pistol. I think is what it is. Something like that, yeah.
Is that the only weapon you bought from him?
Yeah, yeah.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't recall his name?
Oh, God, man. It'll come to me. I'll remember it.
Okay. Let's get back to Thanksgiving morning, okay? We can't get around the fact that a surviving witness described you to a T, including your van.
Yeah, you know what? Bullshit.
That's not
I'm going to
bullshit.
tell you right now.
I promise you.
I'm telling you right now that they did not describe that man.
They described you to a T, and he described a dark-colored van that you were in.
Okay.
Mike, I'm not pulling that out of my ass.
You know, I'm just telling you, dude. It wasn't me, and it wasn't the van. It just wasn't. I'm just telling you, flat out.
I can't see because I'm sitting behind you, Michael. Do you wear glasses?
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes.
Okay. What kind of glasses do you wear?
The like safety glasses, prescription safety glasses.
Like the wireframe or?
I've got like the thick black ones, yeah. That whatever. I used to wear them on the airplane and stuff like that.
Okay. Do you wear them? I mean, are they script lenses, prescription lenses, or?
Yeah, I guess I've seen up close when I'm doing drilling and stuff like that.
Pretty big with black frame?
Yeah, okay.
Guess what the shooter was wearing?
What's that?
Those glasses.
Nah, that's bullshit, dude.
Mike, it's not.
Dude, I'm telling you, bro.
That's why I asked.
Then you're looking for the wrong guy, bro, because it wasn't me.
I understand that you want this to go away, Mike.
I'm telling you right now, man. I mean, I'm sorry. It isn't, man. And what do I do? Hobble over there and freaking shoot him left-handed?
No.
You know, come on.
You were able to get a weapon that you can pump with your hand because you wanted an easier weapon to use because you couldn't use a typical weapon because of your injuries. So you got yourself a pump action that you can pump.
Pump action 12 gauge?
You know what I'm talking about, Mike. You have to understand something, okay? We're not here because we just pulled you out of the air. We have a lot of answers to all these questions.
First of all, why?
Go ahead. What's your thought?
I'm just thinking, like, why the hell do I need a pump action?
Because you have an issue shooting a normal weapon, like you told me earlier. You need a weapon that you can handle easier with your injuries.
I never said I never did. As a matter
of fact, you've told people that, Mike.
No. I'm sorry, David, but I haven't, bro.
Mike, you have.
David, I'm telling you, I haven't.
Well, you have to know in your own head. I mean, you don't have to say, you don't have to tell us, or there's a litmus test here. There's a litmus test here. The statement that he just said about your hand being injured and buying a weapon and that you could more easily manipulate or whatever, if you've ever said that to somebody, you know in your head that you did. And so that's kind of the litmus test as to whether we're telling you the truth or not. So if you recall making that statement to somebody...
I don't. I mean, like I said, the only reason I picked up that little 22 is because I thought, well, I could kind of plink around with this little 22, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And
here's the problem I have. Let me tell you something. Here's the problem I have. I ask you simple little questions that I already know the answers to, right?
Okay.
And I throw those questions out to you to judge whether you're going to be honest with me or not, okay?
Right.
That's a perfect question right there that I know for a fact that you have asked people to keep an eye out for a Hispanic male by the name of Crip to include a Crip tattoo, a creep tattoo on his arm who goes by Creep. I know for a fact you've asked people to do that for you. So I throw that out there to see, at least you'll be honest about that, what they're doing that. That you've lied about. I know for a fact that you told somebody that you're buying a weapon that you're more comfortable with shooting with. I know that to be true, so I give you that. These are just little small things. Now, if you lie about the little small things, it makes me wonder what else you're covering up. All I'm asking you is don't lie about the small things, because that makes me think what? That makes me think you're covering up bigger stuff, Mike, you know? I'm only going to tell you stuff that I know to be true, Mike.
I don't recall any fucking dude named Creeper. But like I said, I just don't remember a lot anymore since I got shot. Man, I don't have a hard time.
I can tell you one thing. If I was shot 5 times, and I felt like people weren't helping me, and I felt like my life was practically over because I couldn't survive anymore, and I know you're a very stubborn man, I can tell that. I know you're a very proud man, I can tell that too. And when you gotta live the rest of your life a certain way, and that bothers you, that's gonna piss you off. And I get that. Hear me out.
I got over that. I went through that.
No, you didn't get over that. And I don't expect you to get over that. You know why? Because I wouldn't get over that. And I'm a lot like you. You may not realize it, but I'm a lot like you. I wouldn't get over it.
You know what, though? It gets to the point, then you just go, fuck it, you know? And you just don't care anymore. And that's just kind of what I got, man. Now it's just like, you know, I get my nerve transplant here soon, and, you know, get my arm back. I'll go back to work on airplanes, man. I'm not going to be disabled the rest of my life. You know, I just know that, you know?
You think you're going to be able to move on with that?
Yeah.
You think all this is going to go away?
Yeah, well, you know what? I didn't do it, so that's...
But you have to understand something, Mike. It's not going to go away. We're here for a reason, bud.
No, I understand.
You know? We're here for a reason. You have to understand that, okay? What I would like to hear from you, obviously, is the truth.
You know what?
Well, you understand, Mike. You gotta respect that I got a job to do, Mike.
No, I understand.
But don't tell me that I don't feel that, because I do. Look at me. Don't tell me I don't feel that, because I do.
Right.
But also, on the other hand, I got a job to do. You understand that too, correct?
Yeah, no. Because if that's the case, dude, you know what? I would have, if it was me and I was going to try to find that person and inflict the same pain they did to me, I would have shot them the same way they shot me. I would have let a 22 bounce around in the arm the same way it bounced around in mine. I would have shot them in the leg the same way they bounced around in mine. I mean, that's, you know, and they would have got the same thing. And I would have been able to be right there for it and said, here you go, dude, boom, boom, boom. Now, here's your car, go ahead and drive and get help the way I did. But it just doesn't, life just doesn't work like that. You know, you just can't freaking do that kind of stuff. It just doesn't work, man.
Yes, you can.
You know.
People do it.
I didn't do it, dude, I'm telling you. You know what? You know what? If that's, you know what? If they think I did it, like I said, let them prove it then, because I didn't do it. You know.
We can prove it. We wouldn't be here if we couldn't. Right?
You know what?
You know what I'm saying?
You can do it. Do it.
But I don't want to do it that way.
Yeah, well,
I don't.
You gotta do it that way because you're certain.
You don't have to do it that way.
Come on. Here's the deal. You gotta be remorseful if you went out and did something. Me, you know what?
Not everybody's remorseful for what they do, Mike.
So.
Not everybody's remorseful for what they do. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, like I said, I hated those people in the beginning for what they did to me. And I really did. And you know what? And my God, I would love to have seen these people dead. Mm-hmm. You know, and find out later that they were the ones that were responsible. I would have loved that, you know? But then it just gets to the point where it's like, it just doesn't matter. Like, I'm starting to get better again, you know? I'm walking better now. I mean, it's not the greatest, but, you know, I mean, it's going to get better, you know? And like I said, you know, let them do what they're going to do, you know?
But that's the thing. We're going to have to do what we have to do, right?
Okay, David, you're not presenting the case, see?
They're going to present the case based on what I give them.
You know?
They're going to ask my opinion. I feel like my opinion doesn't... Let me tell you one thing. When I met you today, what did I tell you? I told you to judge me for me. Don't judge me by Detective Lugo. Don't judge me by the state attorney. Don't judge me by the guy sitting in the back seat. For me. You're going to ask my opinion on how you should be treated. I'm going to tell them, absolutely. And you have to understand something. This is my case. They're going to ask my opinion on things. Okay, the state attorney doesn't run everything. It's a combination of...
So let's just talk about this for a second. You said and I wasn't part of the conversation that you guys had before at the district office. So, just listening here, I heard you say something just came up that on Thursday or that the night before the Thanksgiving Day that you attended a party somewhere.
Yeah.
I think you said Palmetto.
It's not, but it's actually Parish.
Okay.
Down out Moccasin 301.
East County.
Yeah.
At a party.
Right.
And you said you got home or you left there about 12 o'clock midnight?
I got home about 12:30 or so, yeah.
About 12:30 or so.
Yeah.
Did you use your cell phone?
And,
Did you have your cell phone with you?
yeah, I'm cell phone with me.
Okay. Did you have when you came home, you had your cell phone with you?
Yeah.
So when you woke up in the morning, you still had your cell phone?
Yeah.
So you have to know in your head that if you weren't at that place that you said you were, that we're going to know that.
Oh, absolutely. Exactly.
That's not what it says, Mike. That's not. Why didn't you brought that up?
You know what? Because I know I slept with my phone. I know exactly when I went to bed. I know exactly when I went to bed. So I know that my phone didn't go walk and go somewhere. I know that my phone was right there with me when I went to bed that night.
You're right. Your phone didn't go walking anywhere. Your phone was with you the entire night, correct?
My phone stayed with me the entire night.
Nobody borrowed your phone.
Nobody borrowed my phone, took my phone, none of that.
Nobody took it to Ruskin.
Nope.
You don't see the, for the lack of a better word, I'll call it a life preserve that I'm throwing to you, man.
No. Like I said, I went to a party. I drove over there by Mango's. There was nothing going on. And, because I thought sometimes they have karaoke on Thursday nights, so there wasn't nothing going on. And I came home.
Wednesday night.
Yeah, Wednesday night.
We can show, listen to me.
I'm telling you right now, you cannot show my phone over there whenever this shit happened, dude.
We can show that what you're telling us is not the truth, Mike, or we wouldn't be here, bud.
Dude,
I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm just trying to tell you man to man we can show otherwise.
Dude, I'm telling you, bro, there's no way you can put me at the scene if I wasn't at the scene.
We can put you.
Period, dude.
We can put you at the scene.
Anyway,
You already put you at the scene, Mike.
We wouldn't.
I didn't.
I'm not going to continue to beat you up. I'm not like that. I think you figured out how I am so far.
Okay.
That's how I work. But we can put you there. We wouldn't be here if we couldn't, Mike. You got to realize what I'm telling you, man.
Dude, you can't lie to me, okay? I mean,
Mike got to lie to you.
I know that when you tell me this, and I know it's freaking bullshit, because you cannot put somebody somewhere when they know they weren't there.
Mike,
You just can't do it, dude. I'm telling you.
you're 100% correct.
You know?
I can't put somebody with a
Now, if you thought, and you're thinking, well, let me just try to freaking bullshit him a little bit and see what happens, and that's fine. But like I said, you can't bullshit on it. I know where I was, and I know where my phone was.
I told you I would not bullshit you, okay? And you're right. I can't put somebody where they're not. But I can put you there. This office can put you there, Mike. We wouldn't be here if we couldn't.
No, the only time you're here is because I freaking told them about the gun that we had there at the house. And the next thing you know, it was get a search warrant. If I would have stopped and been done right there, we would have been done. Because you told me on the side of the road that I wasn't arrested, right? Didn't you say on the side of the road?
Yes, absolutely.
And he said, well, can you come back? And I said, well, let's do this on Monday. And he said, well, I need to do it now. And I said, well, I really don't want to do it now.
But
And then he said, well, you're free to go. I mean, you're not arrested or anything. And I said, okay. So then, like I said, none of this whole search warrant, none of this came up until I said, do you have guns in the house? And I said,
Look at me when I tell you this, okay? It's on the recorder, and God's my witness, that is completely false. I knew at about 10 o'clock this morning that I was going to be serving a search warrant on your residence.
Well, why didn't you guys already have it then? Why did you guys wait till now to get a search warrant?
There's certain things we have to do. It's an investigation process.
Okay.
I told you I wasn't going to bullshit you.
All right, dude.
the search warrant was in the works. Way before
Okay.
Didn't you just
Well,
ask
like I
me why I
said,
was at your house?
All right, dude. I'm not taking that now because my pain pills, I'm getting kind of dizzy. So let me take my nap. And let me get here. I'll open the gate for you guys.
Well, I'm gonna go see what progress they're making.
Okay, no. Tired?
I don't feel this. It hurts so bad. I didn't shoot them, people did. Dude, it doesn't take this long to have a search warrant in a freaking movie.
Yeah, I know. Movies aren't real, but...
Yeah, my memory's not that good anymore. But, I mean, dude, I'm telling you, I know I was home. I know if you pull my cell records, you'll see that I was home.
I wish you would believe me when I tell you
I'm
that.
telling you, David.
I know you think I'm bullshitting you, Mike, but I'm not. I can put you there, bud.
David, I'm telling you, dude.
I know you don't want to accept it. I understand that. But I wouldn't be here if I couldn't put you there, Mike. You have to accept that. You have to accept it. The first thing you have to do is accept that I can put you there, Mike.
Dude, I know. I just know that you can't. I know where I was and where my phone was with me the whole time.
I don't care about your phone, because I haven't even looked at those phone records yet, to be honest.
I know you haven't.
I was told.
I was home.
I was told otherwise, but I only comment what I know, and I know I can put you there.
You know, well, like I said, and then this freaking guy telling me, oh, I have phone records. Well, that's why I said, I know you're full of shit, because I know where I was and I know where my phone was.
He's being told what the phone company's telling us. We haven't verified that yet.
Yeah, shit.
I'm not going to speak of what I don't know. But I don't care about the phone. That's meaningless to me.
Right.
The phone's meaningless to me. I personally can put you there. I've been working this since 2 o'clock Thursday morning, and there's so much more that I have that I would love to tell you, but I'm not going to tell you. I don't think you...
If you saw me try to handle a gun, we wouldn't even be having this talk right now, because you would just freaking laugh. You would just be like, all right, dude, I don't even want to be talking easy.
You gotta remember, man, there was 2 or 3 people who that got shot and survived. There's one who didn't get shot, one that didn't get shot, and he survived. Can't make that go away. People got what they deserve, Mike.
Nah, you know what? Because I was it with that Jesse Nunez and that Bubba. Those are the 2 people that I heard.
That's not true.
If it wasn't them.
That's not true. I got numerous people that you told them point blank that you're looking for a creek. I don't make that shit up, buddy. You gotta understand that. And there's so much more, Mike, that I'd be willing to give you. I'm not gonna give you anything I have. It's not fair to me.
Dude, I was gonna spend my fucking life in prison over a bunch of pieces of shit. You know what I'm saying? To me, no. What little bit I have, what little bit of my hand I have now, is a lot better out here than I ain't fucking throwing it away over some piece of shit dirtbag. Like I said, those people, you know what? I'll shake that guy's hand that did that. Because to me, that's a fucking hero that went over there. Now, whether they were involved or not, you know what? Most of them are freaking gangbangers over there on the street anyways.
You're right, they all are dirty.
You know? So, ain't none of them worth a shit.
You're right.
You know, so, like I said, now, you know, and if that's the case and that's all that they were, then, you know what? I'd shake that guy's hand out. If he just went over there and just started freaking just whacking people like, you know what I'm saying? That,
no
like a little kid or something
no,
like that, you know, then I'd be like, hey, you know what? That wasn't right.
There's no innocent people who got shot.
You know,
I can tell you.
so. Like I said, if that's the case, you know what, I'll shake the guy's hand. And if you do catch him, dude, hell, I'll raise money for his bail. You know?
Like,
And I'll tell you honestly, I wish that more people would do it.
you know, you gotta understand that. You think I'm bullshitting, but
Here's the deal, dude. Like when we first had it, I knew about it because a friend of mine called me up and he's like, dude, there's a fucking shooting over by my house, you know? And, or where he used to live, he lives in like Plant City or something now, years ago or something. But he's like, dude, look at that TV, you know? And then like, I don't know if it was the internet or something, when my dad looked it up and then, you know, and it said like, you know, it was a white guy, 2030s, you know, in a green van and with like brown puffy looking hair or something, you know? And I said, you know what? I said, Dad, I said, it would not surprise me. I said, if those guys were involved, I go, that I would be the number one guy, because if they were involved in it, I was like, you know, who else would you think? I mean, you always got to think about, when is this guy ever going to come back and get me?
Well, what would that shooting have to do with you?
You know?
No one said anything about those guys being involved in your shooting. No one's ever brought that up. No one said anything, so why would you limit yourself to a shooting and risk it?
I didn't. I said, Dad, I said, because we knew that the one kid, Jesse, his uncle lived over there. And we always knew that was a rough freaking guy. And I said, Dad, I said, dude, that almost sounds like me. I go, if you read the description, I was like, dude, that freaking, it sounded like me. And I'm thinking like, damn, man, I said, I wonder if one of those cats were involved in that. I go, never just thinking like, dude, a freaking white guy. Who would be freaking whacked if it was a white guy, you know? And, but, like I said, but that was just kind of like just a weird, like, thought in my head, not, you know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, I mean, you say they're pieces of shit, and maybe they are, but you know what? Just, you know.
You can I guess some people. You laugh when I tell you. You wait and see. You may be looked upon as a hero. A lot of people don't. You laugh, but you wait and see.
You know, here's the problem though, is that even when you turn around and you go like, all right, Mike, you didn't do it, I'm still going to have people coming after me. You know, because like I said,
that's not going to happen, Mike.
You know, and now I was already scared enough that after I got shot, that these people are going to come after me because I could ID the girl. Now I'm a freaking suspect, okay, and just wait till you get my phone records. And
I don't care. I don't care. I can care less about the phone records. The phone records are meaningless to me.
Well, you know what, though, like I said, like he says, I mean, you know, when he's talking to that other guy, you know, I just hate that when he's just sitting there trying to tell me shit that you don't know what you're talking about. You know, and I'm sitting there, and like I said, it works. If you were there, or if you were involved, yeah, it could work, you know, and I could see that, you know, but the whole, like, oh, I got your phone records, I'm thinking, no, you don't, bro, because I know where I was at, you know, I know where my phone was at.
I told you, I haven't seen phone records, I'm not speaking to phone records. But
you know, well, he said it.
Well, the phone records is meaningless, Mike, it's meaningless.
So,
if you understand everything I had, you'd understand that the phone records are meaningless. That means nothing.
Dude, then why am I not freaking sitting in a jail right now being charged?
There's a couple of things we have to do.
You know?
It's just another step. It's not going to go away, buddy.
You guys are just thorough. I gotta try to follow up on some leads.
I'm gonna be.
And you know, the thing that you know, and this is what kind of kills me too, is that, did you know that to keep the statistics low on violent crimes, that my attempted murder of me was written as a robbery.
I don't know that. If you're telling me that what happened?
Yeah, it was, Hillsborough County wrote it up as a robbery. Your sheriff's department wrote it as a robbery. Okay, so that they could keep their violent crime statistics down.
That very well could be true.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with you.
You know, they're all freaking shady, bro.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
I'm not shady.
Dave, I'm telling you, you still got a job to do too, and I understand that.
But you can't say that I'm shady, Mike, because I'm not.
No.
No matter what kind of profession you're in, there's always, bad apples. But don't categorize all in one, because I'm not shady. And this is going to be the last time that we probably speak tonight. And I just hope
Now, we don't have to get the van.
What, tonight?
Yeah.
Probably not, no. I hope later on you don't regret not taking my advice. That's all I'm saying.
So tell me now about people. You said you got some information about the people that shot me?
I do.
Alright, so what are we going to do about that?
We're going to follow through with it. That interlines now with this investigation. I want to give you the justice. I do. And I will. I give you my word on the family. You deserve it.
What is taking so long?
We haven't started yet, though. The judge is signing it now. We can't start until the detective gets back here with the search warrant.
What do you have to do? Go to his house?
Yeah, literally, you go to the judge's house.
I was a traffic cop though, man. It would be real hard for me though to like sometimes. I guess I would probably be kind of lenient on people though.
I was a terrible traffic cop. I hated giving tickets.
Yeah, I couldn't either, man.
Now, if you're driving 90 or you're driving,
you're driving and weaving in and out of cars. Yeah, exactly. But
a few miles over, I was terrible at that.
Yeah, I just couldn't do it. They'd have to send me to school how to be a dickhead. I just don't have that like. I don't know, man. I just don't have that in me. God, I felt bad when people would come to my ice cream truck and they didn't have enough money for one kid, or the mom would do without. I always gave the mom one, and I just couldn't see, like, what'd you think? What do you think you're gonna find?
I mean, son of a bitch. I really did.
Yeah, I really did.
I got a different opinion, But unfortunately, I'm the only one that's who knows that.
Check out goats. They're big goats too, man. Besides them damn things.
How many are out there?
Like 8.
What's on this side?
Cows. I probably went to high school with some of these guys out here. A lot of them went to high school with cops.
Where do you go?
East Bay. But you don't work out in this area?
When I worked patrol, I worked out in the west side of the county.
much out here long with the drive-by shootings and trailer fires.
You folks have been here long?
30-something years.
What did your dad do?
My dad worked for the phone company. He worked for GTE, and then he retired at 54. And then he traveled for a few years with my mom. They bought a big motorhome around the U.S. And then he took a job back contracting with Verizon, because you had to be gone for like a year before you could come back in as a contractor. He's been contracting ever since.
You still working?
Yeah.
How old is he?
Yeah, he's 65.
He doesn't want to stop.
He's going to stop at the end of this year, though. He's his eyes. He has that macro degeneration thing, and they did a lot of what do you call it? What is that over there by his feet? Up around.
The dog?
Yeah, they didn't tranquilize him, did they?
Oh, just lay him down.
Oh, okay. I'll be tranquilized. Oh my God, I was gonna say I could just call him over to the car.
That's like he's scratching.
Yeah.
He's been walking around all the time. Just
He was, yeah. And so, but yeah, so now he just wants to get out now. But you know, it was one of those where if you retire, you know, a year or two early, I mean, you get penalized so heavy, you know.
Right.
So it wasn't worth it. No, dude, there's something wrong with him.
He's scratching. It's midnight, so everybody's tired.
12:30 is about it for me, man. Dude, I never told anybody to bring anybody to me. I've always told them to call the police. Or call the Crime Stopper. My dad was like, let's look for the reward of 10,000 and see what happens. I was just like, don't waste the time anymore, dude. Nobody's ever going to know who those people were. Even then, you're probably on a wild goose chase, because I don't think anybody is going to say anything.
I don't need anybody to say anything.
I don't think you'll ever find people that shit on me.
You're wrong. You're going to see that. A lot of stuff has come out in the last couple of days.
You know, why don't they round up all these freaking gangs and stuff?
They do. It's a 24/7 job.
Dude, I mean, it always seems like there's something going on, man.
It's just how he's going down the shit, bro. It's no secret.
Yeah, but you know what, though? If they're illegal, round them up, man. You know? I mean, all this cutting people loose on the side of the road, you gotta take their plate off their car. You know, what is that about? Start shipping them back.
And he did. You ship them back and they come right back.
Well, you know what? But at least ship them back, because it's getting harder to come back.
It happens.
You know?
It happens.
I mean, so many times, man. I go down the road and I'll see the cop pull somebody over. And the next thing I know, they cut them loose. All they do is take the plate off the car.
Well, that's not an illegal thing. That's a driving with
like no insurance.
Yeah.
Well, they probably got it because they're illegals. You know. But yeah, and I'll tell you what. I know you can try to correct me if you think I'm wrong here, but have you noticed too that people like a lot of people that get tickets and stuff, like they get them in a system because it's people that can pay, you know, versus a lot of people that are just kind of like derelicts and they ain't really got nothing, and those people kind of like get a little slap or they just get nothing and they just kind of walk off, you know, they just don't really, you know, it just seems like it's more about the money, what you can generate in from people's probations and, you know, the fines and stuff like that, you know.
You gotta remember too, you can't put every single person in prison. We're just not capable of doing that. Even minor crimes are just society's not capable of doing that. It's just too overwhelming.
Well, no, I don't even mean that. I just mean like, but you know, the probations and the stuff like that. I mean, you know, some people, it's like I hear them and they, you know, and they'll be like a 2 or 3 time loser, you know, but they get like a hardly nothing, you know, charge, like like they just a few hours community service or whatever, you know, and a few $100, you know, fine or something, you know, and then it seems like other people like might have something that seems a lot less, but since they have money, you know, and I can't figure it out. Is it the judge mad that they went in with a lawyer, or was the judge mad that they didn't go in? You know what I'm saying? Like it just, you know, but some of them say, oh God, don't go to court without a lawyer because. You know, like, you know, because the judge is a lawyer, they want to see you get it and everything, you know. No, they're gonna like destroy everything, like all the stuff gets thrown out, the dressers on the floor, and
They're gonna search everything up and destroy nothing.
I mean, they throw everything on the floor and stuff.
Their goal was to leave the things the way they found them.
Okay. So how long you been copping?
13 years.
13 years. You know Trip Selkie?
I don't think so.
He goes by Trip. God, I think his real name was like Albert or something like that. I always thought it was Trip.
Go to school or something?
Yeah, he was a couple years younger than me. He was a cop. He was in District 4 there for a while. I think he was detective for a little while.
Really?
Yeah. I know the way you guys are freaking stalking out a lot. I thought you guys must have been expecting a freaking shootout or something, you know?
Well, when we know you're responsible for shooting, you gotta take things serious, man. You don't know what kind of person you are until I meet you.
So after you go through here and you get the guns, can I get my pills?
But we'll have to see how things go.
Like, am I still being held?
No, you're free to go anytime you want.
Well, you told me about getting my pills, though.
But you can't go in the house right now.
No, I'm saying after you guys do what you gotta do, can I get my pills?
Well, when we leave and you're still here, it's your house. You don't have to work.
Alright, so I am staying after you guys leave. I mean, like, after you guys get everything you need to get, I get to leave, right?
I don't know.
I mean, I get to stay.
I don't know what the plan is after that. You're free to go right now.
But I can't go in the house.
Yeah, can't go in the house. You can go anywhere you want right now. Unfortunately. They're looking for obviously a lot more than just weapons.
Could you at least, like, when you guys go in there, hand me the cordless phones, like, call my dad?
Yeah. Okay, I think that'll be a problem. You use my phone if you like it.
Yeah, if you don't mind. midnight. That's what I told them. Yeah. Hey, Dad. I got cops sitting all over the driveway waiting on a search warrant. Yeah. So, I don't know, head back in the morning. Okay. All right, bye. What'd you do? Go get something to eat? My wallet's in the fan, too.
That 22 rifle, is that what you said you bought a couple of
Yeah.
Can you fire that?
Huh?
Can you fire that?
You know what? We put it in a, I can't like really shoot it and hit anything, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And, but it just kind of, I'm close though. I mean, I'm just,
Why did you buy it if you can't fire it?
well, because I thought maybe I could, you know? And,
Has your dad fired it?
huh?
Your dad fired it?
No.
No one's fired it?
I think some of my friends have come over and tried it.
The last 2 weeks?
I don't know. You know what? I think we did because one of the calves, I had actually 2 calves we had to put down. So I don't know what happened to them. They were really good little calves, and then all of a sudden they just poof. So yeah, actually they got shot with it.
That sucks.
Yeah, they had 5 of them. You figured 4 of them were dead. Yeah.
Were they getting disease or something?
You know, I don't know, man. I mean, like they gave them antibiotics and everything, and we thought everything was good. And I think we had 1 goat that was. We should have just got rid of that goat or buried it right then and there when it got. We didn't realize how bad it was, and it seemed like all of a sudden by the time we quarantined the goat, because it had pink eye and it had diarrhea and all this other stuff, that it seemed like it just went through all of them, you know.
What do you do with them after you kill them?
Just bury them. Yeah. So if
You gotta do that all yourself?
Huh?
You have to do that all yourself?
Yeah, my mom's a worker, bro.
Your mom does it?
My mom does it, man. Yeah.
Your mom actually shoots them herself?
No. My friend Lee shot him for us.
Your dad wasn't shocked that the deputies over your house?
Huh?
Dad wasn't shocked that the
It was
deputies?
just like, he was half asleep. He couldn't. He was just like, I was like, Dad, just come home in the morning for you. But, okay, I don't know. Yeah, but you could tell he just really wasn't even. Why, your dad looking for 22s also?
No.
No. Right now, sometimes we keep it in the van just in case we gotta put one down or something, you know.
What's that?
That's the one. Sometimes we keep it in the van just to put them down. Because you can just pull right up to the pasture with the van, you know, and just shoot them. Yeah, that one we just put down like last week. Actually, 2 of them. My dad put all those lights up, motion sensors and stuff.
They work.
Yeah, I was just a nervous wreck when I got out of the hospital. I was so scared. I just kept having real bad nightmares and stuff.
All right, we're going to get started. I'm going to go in. I can't leave you here, obviously, but you're welcome to sit in the back seat of that marked unit, or you can wander around your pop wherever you want to do. You want to sit in the back seat of that car?
Actually, can you get the cordless for me out of the house, and then on my right on the kitchen
I
table?
can't take nothing out until we're done.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because my pills are right on the kitchen table, too.
When we're done, you're welcome to get to them. Do you want to send back to that car, or do you want to sit out here?
There's a chair in the yard. I can sit down.
I'll get the chair and I'll bring it out for you.
That's cool. All right, let me show you what key this goes to the clock.
I'll figure it out.
Okay, it's the one that says brinks on it, and then the one down at that house that says access. Okay.
Just give you a minute, all right?
Okay.
Shram, why did you not provide the defendant with his medication?
There's just too much liability on that. I don't know what he may have taken before I had contact with him, and sometimes we take our medications and put them in different kind of containers, and I don't know all the markings of the containers or the pills, so it was just too much liability. Obviously, it became an issue where he needed medical attention. Obviously, I would have got EMS to him if he needed that, but it never came to that.
Prior to that interview where you are asking him about Creeper and that tattoo, had you and Detective Lugo already interviewed Breanne Gregory?
I believe so, also with Miss Rogan, and I believe a couple other people provided that information.
I apologize. Stacey Rogan is what I meant to say. Had
Right.
you already done her interview?
We did, correct.
Okay. And was that the source of that information?
It was.
Object, hearsay.
Over.
Did we approach?
No. Move on.
During your time as a detective in the homicide division, do you receive any sort of training in conducting interviews involving suspects of homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
There are a few places in that interview where you are addressing the victims as hoodlums or saying statements that got what they deserve. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
Had you met the victims in the case at that time?
I have not.
Why did you use that terminology?
At that point, I was trying to relate to the defendant, and I felt like if I told him that these were completely innocent people, minding their own business, enjoying each other's company, preparing for the holiday, that would have made him feel more defensive and not open up with me. So I tried to relate to him that I understand. I think he referred to him as shitbags or something. So I kind of just agreed with what he was saying to try to create that bond with him.
At the point of that interview, had you or anybody from the sheriff's office obtained any sort of cell phone records from the cell phone company involving the defendant's cell phone?
At that point, we have not.
After the interview, what was going on? After that interview, the second interview concluded, what was going on?
We were getting the search warrant, and then search of the house started.
Can you approximate how long did that search occur?
It happened late into the morning, the next morning, and then we actually held the house over. We had it secured until we came back the following morning after getting a few hours sleep.
Were there other members from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office that responded to assist in that search?
Yes.
What sort of units responded to assist with the search of that property and the house?
So along with detectives like myself, we have crime scene detectives and technicians who came out to assist.
There were parts in that, are there parts in that investigation where you are providing him or confronting him with information that is not true or accurate?
Yes.
And why are you doing that?
You have to understand that lying to a defendant or suspect is something we are allowed to do. The courts give us permission to do that.
Objection. May we approach the bench?
Hold on. What's your legal basis for the objection?
improper legal conclusion. This witness is not qualified to talk about these types of things.
I'll sustain the objection. Ask a different question.
I'd ask the jury to be instructed to disregard that, please.
Disregard any conclusions that the detective has made about the defendant's statements. Those are ultimately for the jury to determine.
Without referencing the courts or any sort of legal conclusions, what are some of the acceptable practices based on your training that you have done with the sheriff's office and classes that you have taken with regards to interviewing homicide suspects?
Object. Improper opinion. May we approach?
Sure. Come on up.
Sir, have you received any training specifically having to do with interrogating or interviewing suspects?
I have, yes.
And during the course of that training, are there different strategies or tactics that you are taught to utilize in those type of interviews?
Yes, correct.
On November 30th of 2010, did you respond to St. Joseph's Hospital to make contact with a person by the name of one of the victims in this case, Gonzalo Guevara?
I did, yes, along with Detective Lugo.
And what was the purpose that you and Detective Lugo went to St. Joseph's Hospital to meet with Mr. Guevara?
Detective Lugo was going to show a photo pack to the victim on that day.
Did that occur on that day?
It did not.
At a later point in time, did you authorize and seek the defendant's DNA sample through a search warrant?
I did, yes.
And did you get authorization to have that done?
I did by a judge, yes.
And was the defendant's DNA sample, was that collected by one of your crime scene investigators?
It was, yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll pass the witness.
Cross.
May we approach the bench?
Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to try to do is a 5-minute stretch break. Just, so because given that we said we're going to try to break as close to 3 o'clock as possible. So we'll just send you out, and then I guess if anybody has to use the restroom, if you can, then we'll come back in. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anyone else. Don't do any research related to the case. And I promise you, I'm going to get you out at 3. So when you're in there, if you're like, oh, should I stand in line? If you need to, you need to. But we're going to try to make it a 5-minute break and then break at 3. All rise for the jury. What I'd wait for the door to close. What I didn't ask you, Mr. Grant, is how long do you anticipate your cross is going to be?
It's going to be entirely dependent on Mr. Tran. I think 20 minutes, unless we get yeah.
All right. So, all right.
Questions that track language. If he tracks the language, we'll be done quickly. If not, we won't.
Okay. All right. If you need to step down and go to the restroom, you can and come back. But I've got my fingers crossed that they're not going to be more than 5 minutes. So the attorneys need to stay close. Still using the facilities. Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. That wasn't too bad. I hope everybody had a sufficient break to get us up to 3 o'clock. So did anybody discuss anything about the case, or was anybody exposed to anything about the case during that short break by show of hands? Excellent. Thank you all very much. I'm going to turn it over to the defense now for cross-examination. Mr. Grant, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Detective Schramm.
Good afternoon, sir.
I know you're retired, but I'm going to call you detective. Too many syllables otherwise, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, let's go back to where you first spoke in your testimony. I think you said it was 25 years?
Sir?
The sheriff, how long were you?
A little
the
over
sheriff?
25 years, sir.
Yeah, and you were asked what type of investigations you've done over those 25 years, and there are a lot of all kinds.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
We would agree that this is not the first shooting case that you ever worked in 2010, right?
No, sir.
So let's start with the idea first of what a lead detective is. You know what that is, right?
I do.
In fact, in many occasions, you have been a lead detective.
Yes, sir.
The lead detective is the person in charge of the investigation.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know that sometimes we're reporting to uppers, colonels, lieutenants, majors, those types of things, right?
Yes, sir.
But when we are talking about the lead detective, we are talking about that man or that woman who is primarily responsible for the engine of the investigation, right?
Correct.
In this case, it's a man, it's Jose Victor Lugo, right?
Correct.
I'm going to hopefully go with the same thing, but he's called Jose or Vic or Victor. You know who I'm talking about,
Yes,
right?
sir.
You have been a lead detective on many an occasion.
Yes, sir.
That means you would have been the engine of these other investigations, right?
Correct.
You cannot do investigations alone oftentimes, right?
Correct.
Especially one this shape, size, and magnitude, right?
Correct.
Not only is this a big investigation in scope, there is media involved. Is that correct?
On this particular case?
On this particular case, you're well aware.
I believe there was, yeah.
Right from the start, right?
I remember some media, yes, sir.
Right. So let's talk about your role in what we call as a second or an assist. You know what that is, right?
Yes, sir.
Way back in the days when we were younger, there would sometimes be an actual second or assist assigned to a case, right?
Yes.
What's kind of happened over time, and including in 2010, is other people, other detectives in the division will be involved, right?
Yes.
And that's your role, not as the lead, but as the assist, right?
Correct.
And that means that you can help be present for interviews, right?
Yes.
Sometimes actually conduct interviews,
Yes.
right? You would agree that when you first got involved, it was maybe 2 hours old, this case.
Roughly, yes, sir.
November 25th of 2010, this happens about 2 o'clock in the morning, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're notified about 4 o'clock in the morning?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And you go out to Ocean Mist, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to participate in seeing and observing the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
Helping to ferret out witnesses, right?
Yes, sir.
Witnesses can be different from people who are in the neighborhood who are onlookers or concerned people, right?
Correct.
In fact, you learned at some point in time that house on Ocean Mist had people inside when this event occurred, right?
Correct.
One of those people was who? Diego Lucas, right?
Yes, sir.
And Walter Lucas, you remember he was a witness as well?
I believe so.
I don't think you talked to Walter, but you did talk to Diego,
Yes,
right? None of those people inside the house heard anything. Oh, excuse me. Let me state that better. They may have heard things, but none of them were eyewitnesses to the event. That
Correct.
was your understanding.
Yes, sir.
Now, you would agree with me that when investigations start, and as they go, they can be what we would call a fluid process.
Correct.
You know what I mean by that, right?
Yes.
Developing, right?
Yes.
Interesting facts can become important.
Yes.
Important facts can become interesting, right?
Yes.
Witnesses may think they know some things, but change their testimony as they consider more. right?
That can occur, yes.
That can occur. You're familiar with something called contamination,
Yes.
right? What is contamination?
For example, if you're on a crime scene and somebody comes into your crime scene and moves something, touches something, that would be contamination. As an
Right.
example.
Exactly. I'm going to say collectively, when Hillsborough County Sheriff's, when you get there on November 25th of 2010, you have the crime scene as it exists at that time, right?
Yes.
Maybe not as it existed during the events itself, right?
Yes.
You were not, obvious question, but you were not an eyewitness to this actual event, right?
Correct, I was not.
And by the time you got there, first responders had arrived, yes?
Yes.
And sometimes first responders are included in this idea of the deputy or road patrol. Road units for your agency got there before you did, right?
Yes.
You were aware that people that were inside the house came out to try to help tend to people who had been injured, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that right down the street, someone named Omar Bailon, you interviewed him or participated in his interview, right?
Yes.
Within a very short time, Omar Bailon was at that house, right?
You live close by, yes.
And so the answer to my question is yes. Within a very short time, he was there, right?
Yes.
All right. Jose Rodriguez, right?
Yes.
You participated in his interview, right?
I believe so, yes.
Were you there when he told you he did not know who Creeper was? Or he did not know Omar Bailon, who was there?
I don't recall specifically that interview. If it's documented, I'll take your word for it.
Okay, well, don't take my word for it. I want to know what you remember.
I just told you I don't recall specifically that interview.
Okay. Did you participate in that interview?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know Omar Bailon?
Do I know
Before this date?
before the shooting?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Did you know of him as Creeper before this date?
No.
Okay. You took the time to tell these jury members the 3 interviews that you participated in on November 25th, 2010. And that was number 1, maybe not in order, but number 1, Diego Lucas, correct?
I don't remember the order, sir.
I don't care about the order.
You just said number 1.
Okay, that's what I said. I don't care about the order. Let me rephrase to make it clear.
Please do.
Diego Lucas was someone you participated in the interview of
Yes.
on November 25th, 2010.
Yes.
Do you have an independent memory of what he said?
No.
Okay. Number 2 was Omar Bailon, Creeper. Do you have an independent memory of what he said?
No.
And again, I'm not going in order. Please, I spoke over you. Tell the jury again, no, you don't remember.
I do not.
And Jose Rodriguez. Jose Rodriguez was an eyewitness to what happened. You remember that, right?
Yes.
Okay? And you participated in his interview, right?
Yeah, I'd like to clarify that if I could.
No.
Okay.
You talked to a person who was on the porch at the time of the shooting, Jose Rodriguez, right?
I spoke very little in all 3 of his interviews. Those interviews were conducted 99% by Detective Lugo.
Fair enough, but you were there, right?
I was.
And you're paying attention, right?
Yes.
And let me go into that since you brought it up. To second or assist in an interview may mean you're not the one asking all the questions, right?
Correct.
You are not prohibited from asking questions, are you?
No.
And you are certainly not prohibited from telling Jose Lugo, hey, ask this, right?
Not prohibited, correct.
Right. So you're an active participant in this interview, whether you're speaking or not, aren't you?
It could be a minimal active part of it or a major part. I was a
Are
minimal
you
part
trying
of
to
it.
tell this jury you did not listen to what Jose Rodriguez was saying?
That's not what I said.
Okay. Do you remember what he said?
Not specifically, no.
Not specifically.
Correct.
We're going to get to your interview with Michael Keetley. But Jose Rodriguez is the man you're referring to when you tell Michael Keetley, I got someone who fits you to a T, correct? That's who you're referring to.
No, not exactly. I was also referring to, if I can refer to my report, Gonzalo Guavra.
Okay? You didn't talk to Gonzalo Guevara before you talked to Michael Keetley.
Did I personally?
Correct.
No, I did not.
Gonzalo Guevara was in and out of consciousness for 5 days. Did you not know that?
He was interviewed 2 hours after the shooting by a deputy who provided a very good description of your suspect.
That's correct. A very good description that was somewhere between 6'2" and 280 to 300 pounds, correct?
No, you're wrong.
Okay?
You're wrong.
Well, we'll agree to disagree on that.
It's
We'll call
documented. It's documented.
Okay? You weren't participating in that interview, were you, sir?
I read that interview and it's documented.
I'm asking whether you were there, and you were not.
That's correct.
Okay? Let's talk about this idea from Jose Rodriguez. You interviewed him 2 hours after the incident, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Okay? You were not present when he was given a photo pack, were you?
No, I don't believe so.
These are the only three people you spoke to on November 25th. Bailon, Rodriguez, and Diego Lucas, right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
All right, and again, I'll be good for you. When we say spoke to, you didn't do much speaking, but you were there the whole time,
Correct.
right? You didn't leave the interview early, did you?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Showing you defense exhibit number 10. You've seen this before, haven't you?
Counselor, it's been many years. I don't recall, but I'm sure I probably did, but I don't recall.
Well, first of all, let's start with Paul Baez. You know Paul Baez, don't you? He's a deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, or was, at least in 2010. You know him, right?
I don't know him personally, no.
Right, but you know who he is, right?
Not really.
Okay.
There's 1,000 of us out there.
If this is a text that had been received, you knew all about this text, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay? And the reason why you knew that is because I want to turn to November 26th of 2010. You told this jury you spoke to Stacey Rogan, and you did, right?
Again, minimally, it was mostly Detective Lugo, but I was present for the interview.
Okay. Well, let's just be clear. When she's being talked to by Lugo, you are there, right?
I just stated that, yes, sir.
And you are listening, right?
Yes.
Okay?
Correct, yes.
You told the jury you spoke to Breanne Gregory, but that wasn't correct. You misspoke there. It was just Stacey Rogan.
I corrected
right?
that, yes.
That's not the only person you were involved in interviewing that day, were you?
What day are we speaking of?
November 26th, 2010.
I believe there's also a Juan Hernandez.
That's right, Juan Hernandez, name that did not come up in direct examination. Juan Hernandez is the one who gave you that text, right? And when I say you, it was Lugo or whoever. You were there when this text was delivered by Juan Hernandez, right?
I was there?
Sir, you're aware that Juan Hernandez told law enforcement about this text, right?
Again, you have to understand, I was not the lead detective in this case. I don't know every in and out of this case. That's something a question is better for Detective Lugo.
Okay,
I do remember that, but I don't recall who it came from, no.
Sir, we're going to ask Detective Lugo a lot of questions. But for now, I'm asking you questions. And let's establish this again. When Juan Hernandez is speaking to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, he is speaking to Victor Lugo, and he is speaking to you, right?
I was present, correct.
And that is the text that came at that time, correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember that?
I just said that, yes.
Did you know it at the time?
Did I know what at the time?
Did you know about this text at the time? Did you remember it then?
Yes, I did. And I still remember it. I'm not telling you I don't remember it.
That text identifies Michael Keetley. We can agree with that, right?
That is a picture of Michael Keetley. Yes.
That is a picture of Michael Keetley, yes?
Yes.
November 26th comes to November 27th, of course, and that's the day you're going to meet Michael Keetley, right?
Yes.
Well, let me set it up. You know what the STAR unit, I'm going to say is, maybe it's was. You know, you're familiar when I say the STAR unit,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Sheriff, targeted, whatever team, right? I'm not trying to be dismissive of it. I just know that the sheriff changes names of units and all the time. Tell the jury what the STAR team was or is.
Well, that was 13 years ago. Those things have changed, but back then I believe they were surveillance units. They did a little bit of everything. They assisted with investigations, kind of the boots on the ground kind of thing, assisting in investigations.
So the STAR unit had a meeting about, I'm going to use a law enforcement phrase, sitting on Michael Keetley's house.
Correct.
Okay? And that STAR unit, there was a briefing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you've testified a number of times in this case, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to put it to you this way. In all the transcripts I've read, you don't recall where you were on November 27th when you got a call to come meet Michael Keetley. Is that still your testimony?
I was in the field somewhere, I believe, whether I was out and about or my office at Falkenberg. I don't remember for sure, no.
You even said you may have been at your home. You don't remember where you were, right?
No, when I first got the call, no. I believe I was working somewhere out in the field, but 100%, I can't answer that question 100%. No.
Right. And in fact, there are people who said you were at the STAR briefing. Law enforcement.
I believe I was, yes.
Right, and you said you're not even sure whether you were there or not.
Well,
now you're sure. Now you think you were.
Yeah, I believe I was there, yes.
There are law enforcement officers that said you led the briefing.
No, sorry.
Okay, so those officers are wrong.
Is that documented?
Okay, I'm asking the questions. There are officers who said
that's not true. That's absolutely not true,
Okay.
and then you know that.
Okay, I'm asking the question, sir.
And I answered it. Go ahead.
All right. So let's go with this. There was a briefing that took place where you guys were going to sit on Michael Keetley's house, right?
I believe that was discussed.
And that was law enforcement units when we mean by road patrol units, right?
Correct.
And the first shift started at 6 o'clock in the morning on November 27th of 2010. Yes?
Whose first shift?
The STAR unit, sir.
I have no idea what time they were,
Okay.
sir.
You don't have any idea of when the STAR unit first went out there.
No doubt.
Okay. And you don't have any idea that the STAR unit was told to, if they could pull over Michael Keetley, to contact you.
I believe that was discussed, yes.
Right. Pull him over, call Deputy Schramm, or Detective Schramm, excuse me. Right?
Yes.
That's the mission that the STAR unit was given, right?
What their specific orders, I don't know, but if a traffic stop was conducted, they were to contact me.
All right. So somewhere around 8 to 8:30 at night, they pull over Michael Keetley. Trent Clark does, right?
Yes.
Okay. You get there, you think around 9, but you're not even really sure exactly what time you get there.
It was,
right?
I believe it was around 9 o'clock.
9, maybe a few minutes after. In any event, Michael Keetley has been on the side of the road for a while.
Okay.
A traffic stop, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They pulled him over in his car, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to take him to District 4.
We
right?
did go to District 4, yes.
Okay. And taking him to District 4, he was put in the back of Trent Clark's vehicle.
I believe
right?
so, yes.
Right. That has a cage.
Yes.
Right. He was driven to go talk to you.
Yes.
Right. But you came out to the scene. On the side of the road, you spoke to Michael Keetley.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And when you spoke to Michael Keetley, you told him why you wanted him to go back to the district. Yes?
I asked him, yes.
Okay. Now, this is not recorded, is it?
No.
Okay. Now, you have the ability to record, don't you?
I do.
Right? You got these handheld microphones and recorders that allow you to record interactions, right?
Yes. Mhm.
I know it's 2010, so body cam was certainly not available the way it is today, but many law enforcement vehicles had dash cams, right?
I believe there were few and far between back then, but I don't know.
All right. But it's not recorded, right?
The initial conversation?
Right,
No.
on the side of the road.
No.
Not recorded. And you told Michael Keetley you wanted to take him back because you wanted to talk with him about the case where he was a victim, right?
No, sir.
You're denying that?
I am. Well, let me clarify. So that did come up in the conversation. I believe he brought it up initially that he was a victim, and I told him I was aware of that. But I clarified with him very clearly the reason why I wanted to go back and talk was regarding the shoot in Ruskin 2 days earlier where his name came up. That was the primary focus at that point.
And he agrees to go back with you, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And when you arrange for his transportation, of course, his car is left behind, right?
Yes.
His cell phone is left behind, right?
Yes.
His wallet and identification are left behind, right?
Yes.
So this is a man without a car, without a phone, without any identification or even a credit card. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. And so you take him to District 4, right?
With his approval, yes.
Okay. Question is, did you take him to District 4? The answer is yes.
One of my units did, yes.
Okay. And when you took him there, you would put him in an interview room, and I say you, that's going to be you and Detective Lugo, right?
Correct.
And Lugo is the primary voice we hear on this first statement, right?
Yes.
Now, there is a conversation that takes place off tape, right?
Yes.
And you know what I mean by off tape. Right?
Not recorded, yes.
That's correct. You're speaking to him, and I'm going to say you, that's you and Lugo and the collective. You and he are talking to Michael Keetley off tape, and it's not documented. Correct?
Correct.
And at least what happened.
Well, it's documented via report, but it wasn't documented via an audio report. Audio.
at least what happens, at the very least, what happens off tape is you give him his Miranda warnings.
Detective Lugo does, yes.
Detective Lugo. He gives him his Miranda warnings, and then the tape goes on, and it speaks for itself, but Lugo says something to the event of, we were talking off record, and we talked about your Miranda warnings, and we go on, right?
Correct.
Now, you are in an interview room, yes?
Yes.
And the interview room not only has audio capability, it also has video capability as well, right?
Yes.
Okay? And a decision was made to not videotape this interview, right?
I don't believe that was true.
Okay. Then it was not videotaped,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
You know this,
Yes.
okay? You're right there,
Yes.
right? You know that it's important to document interviews, right?
Yes.
Probably not too often that you're testifying about something 12 years later, but it's important to document so you can go back and fully and completely review something, right?
Correct.
And you had the capability of putting that on videotape, right?
Yes.
And it was not done,
It was
right?
it was audio taped, yes.
Right. It was audio taped by the little stick, the little handheld device, right?
Audio taped very clearly, yes.
I'm not asking whether it was clear or not. I'm asking how it was audio taped. It was done by the little handheld, right?
Audio recorder, yes.
Right. And it was not video recorded, so this jury cannot see your interactions with Mr. Keetley, Lugo's interactions with Mr. Keetley, and his interactions with you, right?
Correct.
And the reason why you did not do that when you were asked once upon a time was, I was not the guy in charge, right?
I don't recall what I said. Are you saying I said that in the past?
Yes, I absolutely am.
If you have
I
that-
can show it to you if you'd like.
I don't
need to see it?
I like to think I wouldn't distrust you, so if it's there, then I trust you.
Okay, it's there.
Okay.
So let's move on and agree on that. Okay?
Okay.
You said you did not do it because you were not in charge.
I'd like to
right?
clarify that if I could.
Now, I would like to know whether Detective Lugo talked to you about videotaping that interview. Ultimately, it's going to be his decision, right? He's the lead detective.
I believe he thought it was being recorded at the time. We realized that it was not being recorded, and that's when he activated
That's
the
what you
recorder.
believe. You have an independent memory of that?
Yes, sir.
Have you talked to Lugo about that?
No.
Okay. But you did not do it because you were not in charge, right?
It wasn't an in-charge decision. Detective Lugo thought it was being recorded at the beginning. It was not. It was an interview room that we're not familiar with. That's actually my 25-year career. I believe that's the first and only time I've ever been in that interview room. And I think Detective Lugo thought it was being recorded, got to hit certain buttons, and it wasn't being recorded. He realized it wasn't being recorded. That's when he went on the audio and brought everybody up back to speed what had happened before the audio started.
About 7 minutes ago, you said there are 1,000 people at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Probably more.
Probably more.
Right.
And certainly, if you're in foreign territory, there are people working a shift who are familiar with how those rooms work.
Again,
right?
Detective Lugo thought it was
I'm
being
asking
interviewed.
a question. Objection, non-responsive.
I would instruct the witness to listen to the question that's being asked and answer that question.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to ask the question again. There are people at District 4 who know how that interview room works, right?
Yes.
Okay? Who can understand whether the technology works, right?
Yes.
You were in this courtroom when the state attorney's office had some problems with their technology, right?
Yes.
We took a break and they fixed it, right?
Detective Lugo fixed the problem once he realized it wasn't recording.
Okay? By getting someone to videotape it?
To turn the audio tape on.
To videotape it? Did he talk to a single person about why is this video not working?
Not that I recall.
And that interview ends, and Mr. Keetley walks out.
Yes.
And he goes and sits on a bench, right?
I don't recall where he was sitting. He walked out of the building.
He was there for about 45 minutes. He was outside for about 45 minutes.
I don't think it was that. I don't recall it being that long, but he was outside, yes.
Okay? You don't recall a lot, do you?
I recall a lot.
Okay. Well, you don't recall looking out a window at one point in time with Lugo and saying, hey, he's out there at the bench, and recognizing he's out there at the bench?
Again, I know he was outside when he was sitting on the bench. I don't recall.
About 40 to 45 minutes he was outside, right?
I just told you I don't believe it was that long.
Well, let's put it to you this way, sir. Is it documented?
I like to see it, yes.
Did you document it? That's my question.
How long he was out there?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No need to.
No need to. Well, he's without a car, yes.
Correct.
He's without a phone.
He could use our phones anytime. We're a public agency. You could ask anybody to use the phone.
He doesn't have anything on him, right?
Correct.
Okay? And in fact, when you decide to go back to Mr. Keetley's residence, that's when you see him and say, hey, come on, get a ride with me.
Absolutely.
Something like that.
Absolutely
right?
untrue.
Absolutely untrue?
Yes.
You drove him there.
He asked for a ride. He came up to me, asked if I could get a ride back. I told him, actually, I was going back to his house. I'd be more happy to take him. But he asked me for the ride originally.
Because he had nowhere to go. He had no way to get there, right?
He had access to a phone if he wanted to go somewhere.
Okay, did you tell him that?
I don't
Did you
know.
tell him that?
I don't recall if I told him or not.
Okay, he's at a police station. You put him in the back of a car, you talk to him, and then he's outside, and he's got to ask you, can I use a phone?
I can assure you your client is not a dumb man. He knows he can use our phone anytime he wanted.
Okay, hold on. What's the basis of the objection?
Argumentative.
Well, let's move on. Ask another question, Mr. Grant. Let's move on.
So you take him back, and on the way, a conversation strikes up, and he agrees to talk with you again, right?
Correct.
And that's the second statement we listened to, right?
Yes.
I want to go back to the first investigation, though. The first statement, though. You guys talked to him about the shooting case,
Yes.
right? That he was shot several times,
Yes.
right? And the phrase you used is, we are taking over your investigation, right?
Correct.
And that's you, Detective Schramm, saying, we are taking over this investigation, right?
Yes.
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office already had the investigation, right?
Yes.
Through Detective Nolan,
Yes.
right? And he had retired, right?
Yes.
When did he retire?
I have no idea.
Who was the second deputy? Try that again. Who replaced him?
I don't know.
Does the name Detective Himmel ring a bell?
I do know Detective Himmel.
Okay. You never talked to Detective Himmel about this case, did you?
No, sir.
And you never talked to Roy Noland about this case, did you?
No, sir.
And you read the police report, and that's it.
Correct.
That's the extent of your involvement up to when you spoke to Michael Keetley in that first statement, right?
Yeah, correct.
And when you said, we are taking over this investigation, what you meant was we, Jose Lugo, and David Schramm. That's what you were telling him, right?
Correct.
Okay? And so he could relax because finally we have a detective or two who are going to look into his case. That's what you're telling him, right?
I don't know what his mind state was.
Okay, I'm not asking his mindset. I'm asking what you're.
He just told me he could relax now, so I can't answer that question.
But you're telling him you're going to take care of it, right?
Correct.
And I'm going to follow up on that because you say more about that in the second statement, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the second statement starts, and by the way, you are aware from the conversation with Juan Hernandez that this text had been going a lot of places throughout Ruskin, right?
Correct.
Like wildfire, right?
I believe so.
You were aware that it had gone outside of the region. This is as of November 26th, right? You're aware that was the case, right?
That text message going outside the region?
That text message had gone as far as Texas. Did you know that at that time?
No.
But you knew it was passing through the community.
Yes.
Right? In fact, Juan Hernandez refused to tell you where he got that text from, right?
I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. Would you defer to Detective Lugo's memory on that?
Yes.
He was the lead. He was the one talking, right?
Yes.
And if he says, correct, Juan Hernandez said, not sharing anything with you, you'd go with that, right?
If Detective Lugo said that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Certainly you can testify you never told him that you wanted him, Juan Hernandez, to tell you where he got that text from. You never did that, did you?
I don't believe so.
Okay? Okay? And that text message not only identifies Michael Keetley, right? It also describes him as the person who shot Magic and Spider, right? You don't have to say the word.
Yes.
I'm not going to make. I'm not going to say it. You don't have to. But this is the person who shot Magic and Spider, right?
According to that, yes.
Correct. According to that, which brings up a good point. Sometimes that can be unreliable information, right?
Sure.
Okay. You don't know if that was true.
Correct.
Okay. This text could have been full of baloney, right?
Correct.
You don't know. But this is what investigation is about, right?
Yes.
Following up on leads, right?
Yes.
Witnesses can tell you things that are incorrect, right?
Yes.
We talked about contamination of a crime scene. Witnesses can also be contaminated too, right?
Yes.
Sometimes by good sources, right? You know what I mean by that.
By many ways, yes.
Right. A trusted source says, hey,
this is a fact, and I accept that because it's from my wife, Julie Grant. And she says, okay, I can be contaminated by someone I trust, right?
Agreed.
I don't have that knowledge, but I trust Julie Grant,
Yes.
right? Or I can be contaminated by media information, right?
Yes.
There's a lot of different ways that people can be contaminated, right?
Yes.
And the word on the street is a dangerous thing in investigations, right? Because sometimes it can be inaccurate, right?
Correct.
It can be partially true, partially false. It can be reliable. It can be unreliable. That is the job of people, to sift out the important from the interesting, and that's your job, right?
Correct.
Okay? Can we agree that at this point in time, when you're interviewing him, it is November 27th. I know I keep repeating it, but I want to get our time in order. November 27th, about 10 o'clock or so at night is the first statement, right?
Yes, sir.
11 o'clock or so is the second statement, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay? You have not talked to Gonzalo Guevara, right?
No.
You do not know that his description will be someone who's very fat and overweight, an unhealthy or overweight body. You do not know that.
His original description did not mention that.
I'm not talking about the original description. I'm talking about what his ultimate description will be. You don't know what it is, right?
Correct.
And you do not know whether his original description, which will be different from another description, is reliable or unreliable, right?
Sure, that's a fair statement.
Yeah, sure it is. Whether it's true or untrue, right?
Yes.
You don't know. You're just acting on this information, right?
Correct.
And the information that you have also deals with Jose Rodriguez, right?
Yes.
And that's the person you say, on the tape, we got someone who puts you there and fits you to a T, right?
Yes.
Okay? You say that. Now, fits you to a T means exact, precise, right? That's what it means.
It's a figure of speech, but I figured after taking all the information together, I believe it was a very good description, yes.
I'm not asking why you used it, whether it's very good or not. I'm asking you what it means. The word fit you to a T. Precise, exact, identical. That's what it's meant in the figure of speech in the common hood, right?
Sure.
And that's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
So when you tell Michael Keetley, I got someone who puts you there and fits you to a T, you're saying it's someone exact, precise, and identical. You're saying you put him there at the scene, at the shooting. That's what you're telling him.
Yes.
On November 27th, 2010.
And that's how I felt, honestly, 100%.
I understand how you feel, and that's not relevant. That's your motivation. He's not answering. Thank you. I don't care about how you felt. I care about what you can prove. Okay? And the fact of the matter is, you did not even know of Daniel Beltran at that time, did you?
No.
And you had not seen or heard any description that Daniel Beltran, one of the people on the porch, gave, right?
No.
And you had a conversation with Jose Rodriguez that you cannot remember because you really didn't participate in, right?
Correct.
And you're relying on hearsay about some conversation involving Gonzalo Guevara, right?
I was referring to a documented
I got
report made by a deputy.
All right. And that's a deputy named Doyle?
Yes.
Did you read a report from a detective named Dirks?
I read a lot of reports.
Well, let me ask you this about Dirks. You know Tom Dirks?
Yes.
He's a big boy.
Yes.
He's about 6'5" to 6'7", so he says. And it looks like it, right? He's tall, right?
He's not 6'7", but he's a big boy, yes.
Okay. All right. He's about 350 pounds, so he says, right?
I haven't seen him in over a year and a half. I don't know what he weighs.
Okay. He's a wide body and a tall body, right?
I'm sure he works hard trying to get that off.
I'm not talking about whether he's in shape.
I haven't seen him in a year and a half. I don't know what he looks like.
Did you know that Gonzalo Guevara was asked by Dirks, compare him to me?
No.
You didn't know that?
No.
You're the one on the first line with Detective Lugo.
You're asking me if I know anything about Detective Dirks'
Interview
statement?
with
No.
Gonzalo Guevara on November 25th, 2010. 2 days before you're in the back of the squad car getting ready to have a second interview. You don't know anything about that?
About the Dirks interview?
Yes.
No.
Or what he would say? He being Gonzalo Guevara?
No.
The color of hair being brownish orange?
Brownish orange, correct.
Right. Michael Keetley did not have brownish orange hair, right?
He had brownish hair at the time.
He did not have brownish orange hair.
He had brown hair at the time.
Right. So you're not going to say the word orange. Was there any orange in his hair?
I don't remember being orange, no.
Okay. Is that just another thing you don't remember? Or you don't want to admit? Which is it?
I made it very clear he had brown hair. That's why I remember having brown hair.
Okay.
And that's what I believe one of the witnesses said, brown or brownish reddish.
Not brownish reddish? You ever hear brownish grayish?
Did somebody say that? Is that what you're asking
I'm
me?
not going to answer questions, sir. I'm just
I'm asking you if that's what you're asking me.
Yes, a witness said brownish grayish. You ever hear anything about that?
No.
Of course not. You ever hear anything about brownish reddish?
Yes.
Okay? He didn't have red hair. He did not have orange hair. He did not have gray hair, right? It was just brown, according to you.
Correct.
This is the person you say fits the shooter to a T, right?
Absolutely.
As far as the other parts of fitting to a T, Michael Keetley is not 6'1". He's not 6'2", is he?
I believe he's right around 6 foot, if I recall.
Okay? Not 6'1", he's not 6'2", right?
Correct. I believe he's around 6 foot.
Okay. He was not 250 pounds.
I don't believe he was, no.
He was not 280 pounds.
No.
He's not 290 pounds.
No.
And he's not 300 pounds.
No.
Right?
No.
Okay. He was just about 200 pounds or a few pounds over. That's it, right?
I believe he was 215, 220 at the time of booking.
That's what you think?
Yeah.
Okay. That's not 250, it's not 280, it's not 300, is it?
That's correct.
Okay. Fit you to a T? That's what you're telling him?
I believe it was a very solid description, yes, sir.
I know you do.
And the description I was basing off the way...
I'm not
I
asking a
mentioned-
question. Objection, non-responsive.
Hold on to the first question. How much longer, Mr. Grant? It's 5 till 3.
I'm working to land the plane. If he'll answer the questions, we'll be done. If not, we won't. You said something about eyeglasses, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you said on this second tape, I have those glasses recovered at the scene, right? That's what you said?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay? That the glasses that he describes working, the prescription safety glasses,
That's a false statement. It's not true. I didn't say that.
okay? You didn't say anything about
Have we covered
recovery?
glasses at the scene? No, I did not say that.
Okay.
I said the shooter was wearing glasses.
The same glasses that he described, right?
Similar, yes.
Okay? The same, right?
Whatever verbiage I used.
It's important.
Well, what you just said was false. There was no glasses recovered at the scene.
All right.
Which you know.
I got you. Jose Rodriguez did not describe safety glasses. He described octagon-shaped glasses, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Different from what you're saying. Not fitting to a T, right?
They both had glasses, yes.
Okay. But they weren't the same type.
I've never seen his glasses. I don't know.
Now, the cell phone records, you said we got cell phone records, and then you back off, and you say something along the lines of, I'm not, the cell phone company's confirming that. All of that is a lie.
That's correct.
Lie, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay? And in fact, words that you say on this second statement include, you're saying this, judge me for me. That's what you're telling Michael Keetley. Judge me for me, right?
Correct.
You said that, right? I'm not bullshitting you. That's what you said to him, right?
Correct.
But you are.
Yes.
Okay? So you're lying to him there,
Yes.
right? I can only comment on what I know. That's a lie.
Correct.
Hey, I can only tell you what I know. You don't know anything when you're talking about that, right?
Oh, I know a lot.
Okay, well, here's the kicker. You tell him that we have been getting a search warrant since 10 o'clock in the morning, right?
Yes.
That was a lie.
It's not a lie.
Okay? You told him, try that again. Are you telling me you did not tell a former Assistant State Attorney Jay Pruner that wasn't true?
There was a warrant being worked on, whether it was 10 o'clock in the morning or later that day, I don't know, but there was talk of obtaining a search warrant once we clarified where he was living. So that was in the works at some point. Whether it was 10 o'clock, I don't know the exact time.
.498, counsel. Page, lines 8 through 12. From Mr. Pruner, you know Mr. Pruner, prosecutor, that you knew at about 10 o'clock that morning that you were going to serve a search warrant at his house. Yes, is your answer. Question, was that true? Answer, no, I don't believe so.
Okay.
So it wasn't true, was it?
It's not true.
And on the tape.
Can I answer the question?
No. On the tape, before you tell him about that search warrant, you say, "As God is my witness."
To the defendant?
Yeah.
I did say that.
Right. So you invoke the name of God and then you lie to him. Right?
Yes, I did.
Right?
That's correct.
And that's what they teach you at HCSO?
We're
That's
allowed-
approved?
Since you asked me that question, I'd like to answer that question. Yes, we're trained and we're allowed to lie to defendants, and the court approves that. Yes, absolutely.
The
We are
court does
trained to
not
do that.
approve that.
Yes,
Don't
they-
argue with the witness.
Well, he needs to say it right,
Don't
Judge.
testify. Ask a question.
You invoke the name of God and then you lie to him, right?
I did, yes.
About 3, maybe 4, maybe even 5 times he talks about pain pills, right? Needing pills, right?
You did.
And you said, yeah, I can't give it to you because they're in there, right?
Yes.
In the house. Not going to let you go in the house, right?
Correct.
Not going to take anything out of the house, right?
Correct.
Well, he tells you he's in pain, right?
I believe he does, yes.
Okay? Yeah. You did not get him medically cleared.
Did I get him medically cleared?
Correct.
He didn't ask for medical assistance. He asked for
He's
his pills.
telling you he's in pain, sir. I'm not asking what he's asking for. Did
Sustained as to argumentative. Ask the
Did
question.
you, as a detective, offer to get him medically cleared?
No, I did not.
Huh?
What do you mean by medically cleared?
I'm asking a question, sir. Do you not understand it?
I do not.
Okay.
Clarify what you mean by medically cleared.
He tells you he hadn't had his pills, right?
Yes.
He tells you that on tape. He's told you that off tape, too, right?
Yes.
Okay? He says he's in pain. He's told you that on tape. He's told you that off tape,
He did,
right?
yes.
And he says, my pills are in the house. He's told you that on tape. He's told you that off tape, right?
Yes.
Okay? And you say, I cannot let you go in the house to get your pain pills, right?
Yes.
You ask him what his pills are. You ask him what his medications are, right?
Detective Pettis does, yes.
Okay? Well, you're there, right?
Yes.
Okay? He asks you to go inside, right?
Yes.
Okay? At no time do you say, hey, if you're in pain, let's get you checked out, right? You do not do that.
If you requested medical clearance like you're trying to say, I would have had EMS there, lights and sirens. That never came up. He didn't request that. I would never hold back. I would never hold back medical attention, professional medical attention from anybody. If it came to that point and he needed medical attention, I'd have somebody there within seconds, if not minutes.
But he has to ask for it?
Of course. I don't know what he's ailing of besides the pain. So
He's
yes.
telling you.
Yes, he would have to ask me for that. And I would have loved to have done that for him if he requested it.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Let's go ahead and start the redirect.
Thank you, Your Detective Schramm, I know that Mr. Grant asked you about getting medical clearance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Other than asking for his pain pills, were there any observations that he appeared to be in any kind of medical distress?
None at all.
I want to ask you about some of the interviews that were done by other deputies and first responders. Were there multiple deputies interviewing witnesses at different locations?
Yes.
And were some of that information either relayed to you or reviewed by you prior to interviewing the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. I think that you said you had specifically looked at a report by a Deputy Doyle. Is that correct?
Yes.
What interview did that pertain to? Who did Deputy Doyle interview?
Gonzalo Guevara. That was just after the shooting.
And again, without going into the content, was there a description that was provided by Mr. Guevara to Deputy Doyle that occurred very early on at St. Joseph's Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the details of that description prior to interviewing the defendant on November 27th of 2010.
I did, yes.
Did you were present also with Jose Rodriguez, correct?
Yes.
And were you aware of the information and the details and the descriptions provided by Jose Rodriguez?
I believe I was, yes.
I want to ask you a little bit about some of the interview techniques that you are trained by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. And are you also provided by other agencies or institutions training in the area of interrogating suspects?
Have I been trained from other agencies besides the Sheriff's Office? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
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 Such as what other entities or organizations provide that type of training to homicide detectives?
Through my career, I've taken many training courses. We will travel to different parts of the state. Different agencies will teach. Experts will teach. So I've been through many training classes.
Specifically with interrogating suspects in violent offenses, what are some of the acceptable practices that you are taught that you can utilize when engaging with a suspect in a homicide case?
An acceptable practice is that we are allowed to lie to the suspect.
And why do you do that, sir?
Well, I kind of like to compare it to parenting. There's a lot of times, I'll ask a question that I already know the answer to, and that was clearly shown in the tape.
Jack, improper opinion.
I'm going to sustain. You should ask a different question.
Why are you utilizing some tactics which include lying to suspects during your interview?
Jack asked and answered.
No, I don't think he's answered. I'll allow him to answer that, why he does that.
Repeat it if you don't mind.
Why are you utilizing tactics which include lying to a suspect during an interrogation?
There could be a couple reasons. Obviously, to try to obtain a response, kind of judge that response, and just to see where he goes with that answer. Every question I ask, I don't always know the answer to, but basically just to obtain a response and kind of judge that response that comes with that answer.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Released or subject to recall?
He's released by the state.
And
Subject to recall.
All right, you don't have to remain outside. In fact, we're calling it a day, but they may call you to come back another day.
Yes, sir.
So thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, almost as promised, it's 3:04, but you are getting out early, and I will instruct you first to have a very nice weekend, because we don't have court on Saturday, so we won't see you until Monday morning, same time, same place. But during the weekend, it is very important, from the time you walk out this door, that you not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, that you avoid any reports of this case outside of the courtroom in all forms of media, TV, television media, print media, social media, and anything else, because you know the questions that I'm going to ask you when we return. Please have a very nice and safe weekend. All rise for the jury. Everyone may be seated. Hold on a moment, and the door is closed. Any idea, are we on timing for Monday? Who's up on Monday?
Judge, we have to make a couple decisions. It's either going to be Lugo or Smith. I'm not sure which one we want to put on first.
That's
but I
right. We
think
had talked about that
primarily
Lugo might
it
be.
may be Lugo, but I need to discuss that with
You've
someone.
given them everything that, whatever, there was some discussions about stuff? Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's fine. Anything from anyone before we break for the
Judge,
weekend?
there was a matter I believe Ms. Johnson wanted to address. I don't think you formally ever ruled on that witness involving vigilante justice, Judge. I think that has just been hanging in the air, and I know that Ms. Johnson reminded me of that, so I will turn that over to her.
Yes, Sharon, did you want to address that?
No, I don't have time to do it now, so we'll
Okay,
address it
that's
on
fine.
Monday.
All right.
It's Sorry about that.
No, that's
I know
okay.
you've been waiting, Miss Johnson.
It's fine, either way.
Just keep reminding me.
Yes.
I promise you I will. Anything from the defense?
Nope. No, sir.
All right, thank you all. Have a very nice weekend. If you proceed, you can go that way. Mr. Howard, there's some Stetson students. We're going to bring back, and some of my former students from Cooley are here that could come back, and I'll spend 2 minutes with them, and then I have to go. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you.